already. Awesome. Okay. Hello, everybody. We are here. We are back. What do you think of our new birthday shirts? These are our new Tommy Bahama birthday shirts. So thank you for the gifts. I'll have to say my two favorite shirts really now. It's like wild, huh? We really should be in Hawaii. Awesome. So that's where it's nice to have this backdrop. It kind of gives us that Hawaii feel, right? We're not in the warm, heated Texas. Jim and I walked up here and we thought, oh, it wouldn't be too bad. We walked outside, the sun hit us, and we were like burning in the humidity.
Yeah, boy.
So thank God for air conditioning. I know. Anyway, just wanted to welcome everybody back, of course, and as always, we're going to take a couple minutes here just to make sure all the technology check, sound check, video check, all that, and then Kelsie will come up here to share any announcements we have. Oh, you ready? What? Oh, everything's already good?
Yeah.
Fantastic. That was quick.
We're getting
Super.
quicker at this. Can you see me, Mom? Or am I too tall? Okay.
Great.
All right. Well, welcome back. And we just have a couple announcements. The first one is a reminder that the next initiate-only online retreat is coming up. So mark your calendars. It's July 31st and August 1st. So that last weekend where we transition from July to August, Saturday and Sunday. So just be ready. Then after that retreat, ILM staff is taking a month off. So we will not be doing any classes worldwide. This live broadcast we will not be doing in August. The worldwide laugh class we will not be doing in August. And I will not be doing the Living the Loving class for the Hawaii and Pacific Rim. But check with your area coordinator in your community, Stephen McAfee and Lynn and Nana. Check with them and see what they're doing. I think they're going to still run programs. So just be advised of that. And I think that's it.
I think that's, just for us. So the month of August, we're gonna take off. As many of you know, we started to take the summers off, June, July, and August, but because of COVID, since we're not traveling, we just thought we would go ahead and do the classes at least June and July, and then and let the initiates retreat kind of be our big bang.
Grand finale.
Yeah. Actually, I guess we'd say wrapping up the school year. We're doing a little bit of summer school, obviously. And then we'll take August off, and then we'll be back in September to start the new school year, as we like to say.
Yay.
And maybe if we're lucky, we'll have graduated, so we won't have to go to school anymore, and we can just start living in grace instead of going to school.
That would be wonderful. Thank you.
That is, of course, if everybody, passes, during the next few weeks.
Mm-hmm. And I know last month Brian announced that we are streaming CDs now on ilm.org. They are now on the podcast. So if you're a podcaster, you can now get the CDs on the podcast channel. I think it's the Archive 2. We're moving into actually making just one podcast with everything in it. So the podcasting will be cleaned up over the next coming months. But Archive 2, you'll find the CDs. And I'm still putting together an email to announce other postings. I just have to get 2 more things posted on the website before we send out the emails. So that should be coming soon. Yeah,
Do
so
one more reminder of the self-study section that just got added recently.
yes, so in the self-study section, we added, are you talking about the Laugh Class page?
Both that and the Laugh Course
Oh, yes, so there's a Laugh Class page now. There's only one class posted on that page that's been edited, but there is one, and we'll be adding all the worldwide Laugh classes.
So in other words, every month, the Laugh class Kelsey's doing, that we're gonna start putting those under the self-study section, just so, for those of you that get to attend and wanna see the class again, we'll be able to do it, just like you can see our live streams every month. And those of you who weren't able to attend that wanted to, you'll be able to go watch the recording now.
Yes, minus
Yes.
Q&A, but yes.
Yeah, minus Q&A.
Yes, and then another reminder is the Laugh Course 8 is now up in the self-study section under Laugh Courses. It's number 8, and it's the letter writing exercise.
And I would highly recommend that. We made an exception for that one because that was something that came out of an initiates retreat. Usually the initiates retreat material we really keep on the initiates section of the website. But this one was just too good to not open it up to everybody. So we put that open. So even if you're not initiated, you can still do Laugh Course 8 from what we did in Initiates Retreat, because it's probably the most in-depth we've really gone into that type of an exercise before working with the LAF. To take it, I mean, what Kelsie did, she took it beyond, what we've done in the Laugh, workbook and everything. It's like it took it to the next level. So those of you who've been working the Laugh workbook, my gosh, just go for it. Even if you don't do all the other Laugh courses on there, you could go to Laugh Course 8 and just do this as a separate exercise. It definitely helped to have some actually familiarity, obviously, with the Laugh workbook at the least.
Yes.
And doing that. So even though you don't need to do the Laugh courses in sequence, it's always a good idea because it really, really takes you through everything very thoroughly, each section. That's why we put it at number 8 there, because it's definitely, I'd say, more of a advanced or taking things to the next level after you do all the others that we've laid out.
Yeah, 7 and 8 are the advanced
Yep.
to 1 through 6. 1 through 6 follows the Laugh workbook. And if you want to do Laugh Course 8 and you haven't done any Laugh course work or looked at the workbook, just check out the first one called the Application of LAF. And if you familiarize yourself with that, you'll be able to do Laugh Course 8.
True. Good.
So some good stuff on the website. And right now it's just the video and the PDF, the presentation that you can download. I will get the audio on there shortly, but at least you have the video you can watch or just listen to.
Awesome.
So, all right, just a reminder to please turn off your cell phones, keeping a one-pointed focus on spirit here with class. And if you do experience any audio or video issues, I ask that you refresh your page. If that doesn't work, close your browser, maybe even shut down your device, reboot your device, open your browser, and
That almost fixes everything almost every time.
it does. It has been every time for the last several months, which hooray, hooray.
Yeah.
But if it doesn't, there's a report a problem button under the viewing box you're viewing right now. Just click on that, fill out the information. I check it about well, I'm getting a little lazy, so every about 20, 30 minutes now because not much is coming through.
Thank God.
And I like to enjoy class as well. But I will check it if you are experiencing any issues. You can also, if you're not already, jump on our YouTube channel and view this live stream there. So yeah, there's that option as well.
It's amazing, really. I mean, I prefer people go to the website because it's where it's the, repository of all of our material as well as the live stuff. But to be able to have the YouTube channel to go to for people, but now even podcasts that we're doing with the recorded, it's just fantastic. How easy we're making it in so many places to really tune into it all. So use it.
Use it. Do it. All right, well, that's it for me. Thank you, and have a wonderful class.
Thank you. We'll hear back from you during Q&A.
Oh, yeah, did you want to say anything about that?
No, we'll handle it later. Well, I guess I can just, now that you said it, just as a reminder, especially if you're new, the class after announcements, of course, Jim and I will lead us into a meditation. We usually meditate for around a half an hour or so. And then after that, Jim and I both do a spiritual sharing. And then we take a break, and our break is usually anywhere. I mean, it just depends on how long we share. Sometimes we stop at 3, sometimes 3:30, sometimes 3:45. But anyway, anywhere between 3 and 4 usually. We'll take a break, usually for about 30 to 45 minutes, and then we come back and do live Q&A. And if this is your first time or if you need a reminder, during the break, we will actually have on the screen, it'll say you can write in your questions to info@ilm.org. So you can, during the break, just write in any questions you have. And of course, you can do it while we're doing the Q&A as well. So just for everybody's reminder, info@ilm.org to do Q&A after the break. What's that?
Just need him to say something to check this out.
Oh, yeah.
You need me to say something? Well, welcome to class. I'm glad to be here, and I'm looking forward to how things unroll today. It'll be nice.
Yeah. And we got a new microphone we're testing out. Instead of these earpieces, I still have the old one that worked well, but we've got a new one that's amazing. Jim and Kelsie got new ones we're testing out today, and if it goes well, I'll have one for next class too. So we're always, I guess, trying to progress with things to find the latest, greatest, and what'll work for us. Was that enough for Jim talking? Does it sound okay? All right. So we pass sound check. And if everything's in the clear, we can move into meditation. It's all good, Kels?
It's a minute delay, so you can probably start.
Okay, cool. Do you want, what? Go ahead.
No, that's it. Then we can go ahead and start. I'll let you do the meditation if that's okay.
Okay. All right. So we're going to move into meditation here in just a moment. And if you're not already, you can go ahead and get comfortable, whether you're sitting up or laying down, whatever's supportive and works for your body. And in a moment, I'll guide us into the meditation, just giving everybody a little time to get settled in. When you're ready, you can begin to direct your attention inwards and upwards to that place we call the seat of the soul, or the spiritual life center that resides above the eyebrows, in the center of the head. And as you bring your attention here, just allow the rest of your body to relax. Just allowing your attention to gather to this one point so that you really focus. And that one point, even though we call this the seat of the soul, what we're doing is drawing our attention into the soul itself of who we are. Where it is at this seat that soul resides. Our true beingness, the true self. I know it seems odd sometimes, or it seems like maybe it's separate because we're so used to living in the mind and the emotions and the body. But it is truly the soul of who we are that is experiencing all these other aspects of self and the physical. But for now, we're going to just let all that come to rest and peace as we really move our attention into the soul, into that living, loving essence of who we are. And just have that as your intention as you place your attention here, that this is a time for you to awaken to that true self that is the living, loving essence of God. And as well as an awakening to the true self, this is also a time to awaken and to develop the relationship with God directly from who you are as that soul, that child of God. This is why we call it the living, loving essence, because that is the essence of God and who we are. So as we focus within, we want to also begin to allow our perception and awareness to move inwards and upwards so that we begin to experience that living, loving essence. In some of the simplest ways that we may come to know that divine presence and the experience of it can be as simple as a feeling, as a slight sensation on the top of the head or forehead, or even tingling or warmth or pressure through the body. We may hear the inner sound as we refer to the still small voice of God, but through the different levels can often be heard as a bell, as musical instruments, as sounds of nature such as the wind or running water, or literally as the voice as God speaks to each of us through that divine transmission of loving. And of course, the inner light, that golden white radiant light of God's loving, as it comes out of the pure realms of spirit and into the physical, that we may also perceive it as a beautiful violet, possibly even as a blue or pink light. Just observe and allow yourself to experience. Allow yourself to come to a place of peace, because that living, loving essence of God will literally draw us inwards and upwards and begin to pull us like a magnet towards itself, so that we can have greater experience as God draws us ever nearer, that we come awake, we come aware to the truth of who we are and all that God is. It is all through that living, loving essence, through this light and sound of God's loving. So just allow yourself to experience, to observe, and have that intention of awakening and coming to know God and your truest self. And when you're ready, you can also begin to share your loving with God. That you can direct your loving inwards and upwards to that very source. That God may appear even as a sun, just like we see the sun in our sky here. That literally there's an inner sun that looks much the same, that is a golden white light, that is that beingness of God, as God's loving essence radiates into and through this creation from above. So just direct your attention to that sun in the inner sky as you view from the seat of the soul, looking through that inner door, that you may experience and perceive directly the truth of God's beingness and your beingness as you come into greater union. And notice that loving as it pulls you. And as you direct your loving, that loving has an upward lift. That as you allow yourself to relax and let go of the mind, the emotions, imagination, and body, that you may even find yourself in the soul essence of who you are, lifting out of those levels and towards that spiritual source, so that you may have more direct experience with God's beingness. And it is that direct experience in which we wish to pursue and to move towards. So share your loving with God. And use the sacred names that God has given us to support us in this action. If you're an initiate, you can use the names, the unspoken names of God that you received. And those that are uninitiated, you can use the hue or the Anahu. For hue is that spoken name of God, that within the frequency of the name, and as we chant or sing that out loud or silently within ourselves, that frequency within the name begins to awaken us to that greater truth of who we are and the loving that we have for God. Let this be a direct relationship. For the soul truly longs for this, as does God. So we're going to go inwards deeper now and into a time of silence to allow each of us to move into that more direct relationship with God. Chanting the hue or the Anahu and allowing the frequency of that vibration to stir us awake and to lift us and to direct us right back into that very center and essence of God's loving heart. And so let us go into that experience. Just open your hearts, open your eye, open up to share and to receive that living, loving essence. For this is what the meditation is about. Find the freedom and the movement of that expression of loving. As you share your loving with God and you receive God's loving for you. And just allowing the loving to awaken you, to liberate you, to bring you back into union, and to bring you home into that true spiritual kingdom. And just understand it's a journey, it's a process. And all we have to do is be willing to walk it. And in time, it'll be fulfilled. And so when you're ready, you can just begin to allow your attention to come more present at the seat of the soul once again. Maintaining that inner awareness, keeping the door open to allow that loving to move in you and through you. Even as you come more physically present and aware. So even when you're ready, you can open your eyes. And even as you open your eyes, just maintain that inner focus as if you were in meditation with your eyes closed. Just learn to live with that inner focus, with the attention inwards and upwards, is how we really live in the loving, so that that experience of the divine is constant and always present, and that we are present with it, however that moves, however that unfolds. So even as you come back out of meditation, just keep the door open and let it unfold. And I'm just going to continue along that vein. So when we are meditating and opening that door and moving into that loving dynamic of giving and receiving with God, that's what we are doing directly in meditation. And it is through that action that the awakening takes place, the liberation takes place, the fears release, the karmas dissolve, the lessons are fulfilled. Any spiritual guidance or awarenesses that we need will come present so that we can really continue that journey towards God. And as we move in that journey towards God, that those situations, circumstances, peoples, places, all of that in our physical life will unfold accordingly, so that those experiences we have in this world support us in our lessons, in our learning, and our growth. And in the process, we're not only learning through life experience, as we say, to become co-creators with God, and learning about our creativity through taking responsibility for our thoughts and feelings and actions and reactions. But as we do all that we gain the wisdom and understanding of not only life, how it works here, but also that greater life spiritually, that as we really fulfill the lessons here, we allow ourselves to release that which we've been living here. It is that release that is important to the spiritual journey, so that the experiences here, or shall I say our attachments to those experiences here, do not hold us back. A good way of looking at that is if we reminisce on the past. If we find ourselves talking about the past, all the things in the past, we tend to look to the past because we are comfortable there, because often we find it uncomfortable not knowing what the future holds. But that uncomfortableness is a sign of our fear. Call it fear of change, call it fear of the unknown, call it whatever you want. It's that fear that holds us back or gets in the way. And what is the ultimate remedy to that? Well, of course, and as we often hear about the spiritual teachings, about living in the here and the now. Live here, live now, live in the present. For it is only in the present that we can truly live the divinity, the spirit. It only exists now. Time as we know it in the past and the future, or even time in the present, is the illusion. So you don't even hear me say, even though we'll use the words live in the moment, I don't even want to use the word moment here, because often we'll associate the word moment with a place and time. We want to really transcend time, because in time is where the mind exists, where the emotions exist, where the imagination exists, and where the body exists. And of course, the unconscious, the great void. All we have to do is look in outer space and all the darkness and just empty space. There's literally a realm spiritually that is just like that. We call the etheric realm or the void. And that is the great barrier in which we as soul on the inner journey of transcending all of this of time and space need to rise above to really what we call liberate the soul, or where we stand free of the mind, emotions, imagination, and body, to rise above it. And so the spiritual journey, in order to do that, we need to, I don't want to say learn, but we do learn the techniques, the tools, the meditation practice that we teach here. In this meditation practice, what it's doing by having that one pointed focus at the seat of the soul, and on that point of loving as it exists within us and throughout all creation, that point is God. You know, just like in this world in science, they call it the God particle. Well, if you want to take that more literal in a truer sense, why don't we call it the God point instead of the God particle? The God particle is dealing with the physical, where that God point, or point of God by which the truth spiritually exists within all of us and within all of creation. We each have that right inside of us. There's literally a point right inside of us. If you want to physically reference it, we call it the spiritual door or spiritual eye that resides in between the pineal and pituitary gland. But that's just a physical reference. The God point resides there, and that is where the spiritual doorway is, by which all the spiritual teachers and sages and saints throughout the ages refer to. That as we learn this meditation technique and practice, that we eventually will find that doorway, that point by which we, the living, loving essence of God, the soul, the divine spark, come into this physical creation and leave this physical. And it is that point that we are ever searching or seeking for in our meditation. And that is we learn to focus and work with the sacred name. Well, that's the other key, is the sacred name. That as we focus through the visual, through our feeling, through our senses, well, then we have to then now step beyond our senses and go for the true spiritual essence. So within the sacred name of God that we share here, as we work with that name, as we repeat it within ourselves, that essence of God's loving is inherent within the name. Those names are charged, if you will, with that essence of loving, so that as we work with those names, they literally draw us like a magnet to that God point within us. So the more we practice the repetition of the sacred name, it'll literally like a magnet draw us, the soul, our consciousness, to that God point. And as the name draws us there, and as we allow ourselves to relax, to let go, to give up, to surrender, then the sacred name can do what it is meant to do, and that is draw us, the soul, out of, to free, to let go of all the soul's attachment. Even in the body, you might even feel it like a tingling, because that divine spark of the soul's energy is literally in every cell and atom. It gives it life. So that life has to be withdrawn out of the body and the imagination, emotions, and mind to that God point, which the soul resides, and where we meet God directly. It is through that point. So we have to come to the center of that point. That's when people refer to getting centered. Even if people don't use the word God or spirit or loving, when they talk about getting centered and focused, that is the point by which everybody is referencing, even when they don't even realize that is what they are referencing. Because every single one of us is that divine spark, is that essence of God, and is inherent in the inner knowing. We simply have gone unconscious to that knowing. But even in the unconscious awareness of that, it still exists. Even though that awareness, that knowing is buried or we're unaware, yet some part of us knows and responds and moves. We know inherently to get centered what that means, that we're coming to that point of God, who we are. And as we do, we feel good. The body relaxes. We experience peace. That's why we have phrases like peace be still. Because when we come to that point, we will come to a place of stillness. And in that stillness, peace is present. And that is the presence within living in the present that meditation brings us to begin to experience and awaken to that God essence. And it is literally through that God point that that takes place. And so it's important to be aware of that that is the most important part of all of this. No matter what the words, no matter what the thoughts or the feelings, it doesn't matter. The most important thing is that point. That if we don't go to that point, we are not going to come to the fullness of our awakening to God. And we have to be willing to let go of anything that stands in the way of that. We have to be willing to let go of our thoughts. We have to be willing to let go of our feelings. We have to be willing to let go of all of our fantasies and imaginations. We have to be willing to let go of yet even the physical body and all that we do with the body. Most people just aren't willing to because of that inherent fear of not knowing what's next, what's going to happen. Well, that's for each of us to discover, to work with within ourselves. That's why we have these other tools like loving, accepting, forgiving, all these other forgiveness processes, these letting go, these letter writings, because we have to do the inner work to let go and work through all those things that would stand between us and God so that we can come to that point in clarity. So that when we come here, we begin to literally experience the inner light and the inner sound of God's loving, so that we know that directly through our experience. So it's important to do the other work that we present because it all supports and benefits coming to that single God point within us. If we can just come to that God point and not have anything interfere, that's really ultimately what we want and need to do in order to awaken. But that's where the journey comes in. That's why we speak of the spiritual journey, why we speak of the karmic lessons, why we speak of doing the inner work to fulfill yourself, to learn those lessons. But in that learning and fulfillment, there's always that action through it all of coming to the point. For in the point, the door opens, and as that door opens, it allows God's loving and grace into our consciousness that assists us in fulfilling all that. Because I'll share with you what happens. When we go into meditation and come to this point and open up, that grace of God then now has the opportunity to literally come into us. And it often comes in like a funnel. It'll be like a funnel out of the great expanse of spirit. It'll come into a funnel to our own individualized consciousness, right out of spirit, and as a funnel, come right to the point, often as a spiral, as a swirl, coming right into that God point. And it is that funnel, that this point now is the door by which, as we meditate, we are learning to open, to allow now that funnel of God's loving and grace into our consciousness, and also allowing ourselves to now move from this consciousness and now out into that funnel of God's light and love and sound. The trick is doing the work here to let go of those things that stand between us and God at this door, and to open the door and then to step through it. Because in our letting go, we must be willing to now allow God now to not only come into us, but to also lift us out of all of this physical creation. But God doesn't impose. God doesn't force. God gives us freedom of choice that we have to ask, we have to invite, and we have to prepare the place. We have to make ourselves available for God to come into our residence, as well as for us to leave our residence and go to God. So it is through this other work. But here's also the other thing. And here you will always hear us talk about, in the action of forgiveness and letting go, that we must give everything up to God. So anywhere, in other words, everything that stands between us and God, all of our thoughts, all of our feelings, all of our fantasies, all of our physical whatevers, we have to give up to God. Well, how do we do that? Well, that first step, when we come to the point and we open the door, and we invite and let God's loving into our consciousness, that funnel comes in often as a spinning, like a tornado. Jim's even given talks about the tornadoes in the past. That is, that whirlwind of the Holy Spirit comes into our consciousness as we invite and allow it. It will come into our consciousness now, and all those things that we have been hanging on to, we've been working with, we've been doing the LAF with, all those attachments and fears and judgments, the things that cause us all the agony and pain. Well, once we allow God in, we have the opportunity now to give it up to God, to let it go. And that's the thing. We need to let it go. We need to forgive ourselves. We need to give it up to God. And in so doing, as that funnel of God's loving comes in that tornado-like action, in our choosing freely to let go and give it up to God now, all those things that were within us, that were keeping us closed down, imprisoned in pain and agony, as we now choose to give them up to God and release them, it is through that spiraling action of the funnel that now it can be lifted. God will take that. As we let it go, that stuff will be caught up in the tornado, literally like a physical tornado. If you know how it works, the spin and the destruction, it can rip things out of the ground, and then it goes up in the air, right? Well, that is literally a representation what it can be like when God's grace comes into our consciousness and begins to lift the karmas, even the deep-seated ones that are so rooted within us. If we say, God, I give it all to you, I surrender. thy will be done. In that, God, through that action, can come in and literally even uproot even the deep, old karmic seeds that have been implanted for many, many, let's just say a long time. That even that can be lifted up out of us. And then it's lifted in that tornado-like whirlwind as that funnel of God's grace. And as it's lifted, God lifts it. We just have to keep letting go. If we're aware of it or not aware of it, doesn't matter. Better not to be, because if you get aware of it, you might say, no, 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 I don't want to let that go. So better to just let go. Close your eyes if you need to. Lord, thy will be done. And let God lift that then. And you may even be aware and feel these things that as you meditate, this divine presence at the top of the head, the seat of the soul here, you may even feel it like a quickening or a flooding where you even get chicken skin, or you feel like a wave of loving and peace literally move through your whole body. That is the action that is taking place. Because you have opened the door, invited God in, and learned to hold to the point by which this can take place. Because if we don't hold to the point, we keep the door closed. We don't really allow it. But by holding to the point, we open the door and allow this to take place that I'm describing. So as we keep that, and that's a big one too, even when all this is going on and being released now and lifted through God's grace, we still need to stay centered at the point and allow it to unfold so we don't get in the way. We've got to allow God to do what God's going to do with us. Think about it. Didn't we ask for that? If we ask for that, then we need to get out of the way and let God do that which we've asked for. Because ultimately in this process of return or going home to God again, of becoming liberated, of becoming soul awake and aware, we need to be willing to now let go of all those things that we've asked for that have stood between us and God, that have blocked or held us back from that experience and awakening. So all we've got to do is hold to that point and allow God to do what God's going to do. And then when it's done, you may even be aware. You may even feel something starting to lift up out of you. And then all of a sudden it's more quiet and still. But you notice now you're really relaxed. There's not all this energy moving. I mean, it can be amazing at times if you've been in meditation and know what I'm talking about, where you experience all these energies moving. Well, that's what I'm talking about right now. But if you're aware, as you continue to pay attention, you'll notice those energies at some point, they come quiet again. They'll come to a stillness. And when they do, there's like this relief and peace. That is that peace, be still. It's after the letting go. And there is where we now are free and clear. To now continue. As we continue in the meditation, this is why we recommend 10% of the day, by the way, because it could take half an hour to an hour just for this first part I talked about, if we really know how to hold the focus. And then after that, in that peace, we now are free of all that was holding us back from the greater experience of God. So now in that peace, after God has lifted all of that from us, and then that freedom, now as we continue the inner focus and meditation on the sacred name, that sacred name now can begin the other action. First it comes into us to do the clearing, as I shared. And then now after the clearing, now there's the opportunity for it to now bring us out of this that has been cleared and now up into the spiritual regions. And that's literally the experiences we might call out of body, or spiritual awakenings, or spiritual dreams, or spiritual visions. Those are literally the experiences we will have that are very real and very direct, because we have released enough to allow us, the soul, now, in letting go of attachments, to free the soul to now go and experience in these other realms, these other levels of God's creation. And that's what takes place in meditation. I like to call it the two-step process. There's that opening and inviting God in or receiving God's loving for us, and the letting go and releasing. And then the next step now is us now going into God's beingness and sharing our loving with God, being with God. That's why it's often referred to as let go, let God. These things make sense after a while. Let go is what I just described, and let God. And that's the big one, is truly the letting God. Because we have to let go of all of our fears. And the funny thing is, this that I'm speaking of has nothing to do with the fear of the future. As I was speaking of earlier, the timeline of the past and the present and the future. This has nothing to do with that timeline. I left that go back a while ago in the talk. This action I'm speaking of has nothing to do with that timeline. This has to do with the journey of soul going home to God. It's the vertical pathway, the in and up, not the horizontal from the past to the present to the future. That's why we need to be willing to let go of our past and let go of our fears, concerns, or wants and desires of the future, so that in the letting go of the past and the future, we come present here and now. And in the here and now, where we can begin to look up within ourselves to that God point, now for God to unfold us. And so the unfolding spiritually is what I'm speaking of now, and how this works, so that hopefully in hearing maybe a little more in the detail of the specifics, you might have understanding of how to participate, what to look for, what you can expect and experience, and how it works, so that you can just not only work with it, but really surrender and let it work you. Because that's really what we're doing in letting go, to let God, is to let God do the work. Our work is the letting go, so that God can do how God works and what God is going to do with each of us individually, let alone together. So that step then of letting God is where the real adventure and the journey that takes place. It begins right here with you at that God point within your consciousness. But once you've done your part and now you're going to allow and let God, then you've really got to allow God to do that. And it is that point by which you will perceive, as we share all the time here, we call it the radiant form of the spiritual teacher, or God's Holy Spirit, that will come present not only as that golden white light, but as that violet light, or even the blue or pink. Or you may see the form of the spiritual teacher, such as myself or Jim. And it is that radiant form of the Holy Spirit that we want to hold our attention on, because guess where that came in and through the God point? That's the only way by which that works and by which that traverses. So when that is present, we need to let go and now allow that radiant form to now take us, to hold us, to take our hand, to lift us through that loving, magnet-like essence. That is God's loving that is literally pulling us out of this creation of time and space and back into the spiritual. So we've got to be willing to go with that. First the letting go, and then the letting God. So we have to go with God. But that going, we need to just let go, because in truth, what happens is that as we now just step through that door, we literally will be sitting in the hand of God. And that hand, like I said, will often look like that inner light, or like the radiant form of the spiritual teacher, or we may just know it as a divine presence. We may just feel it. We can hear the sound, the frequency that is inherent within the sacred names that we speak of. That's why we also call the Holy Spirit the audible life stream, or the voice of God, or the living word. It is that living word of God that this action is taking place by and through. And so we want to allow that to take place. So we have to go with God, and this is how we go with God. And yes, it takes trust and faith. In a sense, it takes a belief that this is possible. But eventually, we're going to let go of belief and trust and faith, because once we move into the experience, we're going to have the direct knowing. When you have that knowing, no belief is required. Trust, it's inherent. You just trust it because you know it's true. Faith, well, after some time, you'll have some faith that there really is a God and that God really does have you in hand, literally. But then we need to let God know, lift us. It is through what we call the path of sound and light, that action by which now God carries the soul from this physical level on up through the astral realm, the causal realm, the mental realm, the etheric realm, and then the soul realm and the realms of spirit, as you've heard us describe over and over throughout the years. Those other realms below the soul realm are the realms of time and space, or the physical creation, by which the soul has been caught up and bound to. And so this path to sound and light is that journey by which, through the Holy Spirit, that radiant form of the spiritual teacher, by which the soul is being brought home and freed and liberated from this realm of time and space and all those levels I just spoke of. And so we need to understand that and participate with it, because there is nothing we can do to control it or to make it happen. We can do, as I shared in what we teach in here, about preparing the place and making ourselves available, but that doesn't make it happen. God makes it happen. We just create the space and make ourselves available for God. It's important to understand this, so that as you participate and you do your part, that then in you doing your part, you create the space. Now God can do God's part with you because of what the space is that you have created. And that's really the greater journey that we are really here to do in Inner Light Ministries, is that greater journey from here on through the realms, through that action of the Holy Spirit. Even though it seems like we spend 90% of our time talking about the 10% of this physical creation and all that we can do with the LAF and preparing the space and all that, really that 90% that we probably going to talk about 10% of the time is that action now, the path, the sound and light, the journey, the spiritual journey by which the soul is lifted out of this consciousness and now begins to traverse through these other regions. That's the greater journey we really want to remember that our focus is on here. We do the other work so that we can do the greater journey spiritually. Because to truly get liberated, we need to allow ourselves to return home to the spiritual kingdom. It is not something that resides here. The only spiritual aspect, if you want to say, or part of the spiritual kingdom that resides here, is just who we are as the soul, the divine spark of God. That is the spiritual part that is in this creation. But that is the part that is trapped, that is imprisoned, that is bound, that we are in the process of releasing and detaching to return back to the spiritual kingdom. That is why in here you will hear us say we are not here to change the world. We're not here to change your beliefs, change the way you see or look at things, change anything. We are simply here to share about this pathway in this journey for you, the soul, for when you are ready and you truly long, or shall I say, to answer the longing within you, to wake up and know God and to return to God, the way by which that can take place. That is what we are here to share, and that is the action that we are doing here in our Light Ministries. And that's really the key. And that's the clarity by which we speak of that. And that is the sole purpose, pun intended, of what we do here in ILM. If you're here for other reasons, that's fine. It's, we all have our intentions or desires or agendas or attachments of what we think or we want or expect or something we might get out of all this. But just know ultimately, your soul is going to want to return home at some point. And that's what we're here to serve here in ILM. So we express that. We detail that. We explain that for your benefit. For our benefit, well, I guess in some ways you could say it is, because we have a service to share here, so that benefits us in sharing that as those who choose to participate and fulfill that for themselves. But it comes out of that place in which we have already benefited out of that journey that we have lived ourselves. And that is why we can speak of such clarity and understanding of this journey, because it has to come from within our own experience. And that's really true of any of us. Don't we really believe or listen more closely and get a truth from somebody who shares with us from their experience, compared to somebody who's making something up or just talking about something they read or they're gossiping? Think about the difference. Your experience of what you have, depending on where somebody is sharing from. Not just what they're sharing, where they're sharing from. So the spiritual teacher's job, or service really, is to share from their experience of their own inner knowing through their inner experience of this spiritual journey and the actions that it takes. And so here we are doing that. And it's through that it all takes place. Regardless, here's the funny part, regardless of what we say, it's what takes place. What I'm just describing with you now, I was aware of at the very beginning of our meditation. As we moved into meditation, I was literally aware of that funnel action I just described, with the Holy Spirit coming in and moving down through to reach out and into, to collect all those things that we're being willing to let go of, and now being brought on up the funnel and through and dissolved back up into the grace. That's what the grace of God does. It comes in, it collects, it brings back up to dissolve, and in that dissolution is where the soul now is free. And that takes place through that radiant form of the spiritual teacher, or that living word. That's what it does. That's what takes place. And that's what I just experienced again right in the very beginning moments, in the first literally few minutes of our meditation just now. And if you pay attention, you'll discover these things yourself. And that is why we try to put words to these experiences, so that you can pay attention, so that you begin to become more aware of your experience, so that you know this truth within yourself. And it is not just words or information, but it is a living truth and experience. And that is what we want for you. But we can't make it happen. We can just present and create the opportunity but it is up for you to take action and to experience it yourself. And so with that, I'm going to shift gears. That might be all I have to share at the moment. I knew I was shifting gears. I thought I was going to shift gears to something else. I guess I am shifting gears to something else. Jim? You got that on?
Yep.
Great.
Well, that's funny.
It is funny. I know. I thought
But
I
it
was
is,
gonna-
it is funny how Spirit all of a sudden just brings it to a close. And says, okay.
It's like that funnel comes in and it shares, and then the funnel lifts up, and
Yep.
it's just like, whoa, what's there to share now? It's fun to be sitting in the hot seat, because literally we're aware of that movement of Spirit and how it works. And so, like, now you see us actually talking about it. And it's all just an inner awareness. Obviously, you can't see it. For all you know, we're just making it up. But once you really do the meditation enough, you start to become aware of these spiritual movements. And then in that, the more you can follow that from that God point, the easier life gets, and then things just flow, and it's literally a graceful, easy, actually joyful movement. That's why it is always fun. It's funny though, because I love being in the energy so much, I don't want it to finish. I want it to keep going. That's why I'm shifting gears. Okay, what's next? Wait, no, don't lift yet. I don't want to be done. Well, maybe God's done with me for the moment. Good, I'm done. Take me home. Anyway, I know I could talk on and on. It's always fun and exciting. But there's my little bit of joy.
That's
So
good.
go ahead
I
and
like it.
see what the funnel has to share with you.
Yeah. Well, it was interesting in my meditation. I kind of went back into my early childhood, 6, 7, 8, 9 years old, and I realized in looking at it that there was always that part of me that always was looking for God in everything, everywhere. I looked for God in people. I looked for God in words. I looked for God in events. I just looked for God everywhere, trying to find God and trying to find the truth of God. And I had a lot of inner experience that I couldn't really put words on, because they were really inner experiences beyond what I felt I understood. And it was more of a spiritual essence. It wasn't a physical essence. And it was an experience, but it had no words on it. It had no definitions to it. But it's what I always kept looking to go back into because of what it was in me and how it moved me. The essence of the experience was really more aligned to God and brought me into that presence of God in me than things in this world could ever do. So I would look around and I would try to find definitions, and words at that time were very important to me. I used to really carry a dictionary around with me like you'd carry a Bible maybe. And I would look up words trying to find out what they really meant and understand them better, and see if in them I could find definitions that would answer for me that which I was really looking for in the world. And once in a while I did. I would really find something that aligned to an inner experience I had, and it could put a word or expression or a clarity on it. So one day I was at a church, and I used to go to both Presbyterian or Baptist or Methodist, or I would go to the Catholic Church, or I would go to a synagogue on their holy day. And I just wanted to hear people talk about God, about this life that we're in, and try to understand it better. And so I was just always hungry to go here, to go there, to listen to this, to listen to that. And in that, I would find once in a while that in their sharings, in their talks, I would hear them talk about something that referenced me into my own inner experience. It gave me an understanding. It gave me a little bit of a clarity. It moved something inside of me and said, that's it. That's a part of it. And I would then go and ask the minister or the priest or the rabbi, what did they mean? Where did they get that? And how did they experience what they were talking about? Well, that was a loaded question, I found out later. Because a lot of times, especially there was this one Baptist minister, he said, I don't know why you keep asking me these questions. I keep telling you, I get my talks out of a couple of books that I have on sermons that ministers have given in the past. And I work the sermon that they had given around my own life and try to give an experiential sermon from my own perspective. But I'm using their words a lot of times. And I don't know that those words are definitely true to me, but those are the words I use because it really makes sense in how they used it in their lectures. So when you come up and ask me what is this about? Where did I have that experience? What does that experience mean to me? I can't always answer that because it's not necessarily always mine. I'm going by what somebody else had written or given as a speech or a talk. And I heard that from both the Catholic, the Baptist, and once in a great while from the rabbi. But once in a while, I would really get an answer from them that kind of sparked something in me to search deeper for an understanding with what they had said. And so I would have an experience in my prayer meditation time, and I would take that experience and I would go searching. What are the words for this? What is the meaning for this? How did I get there? And how do I get back there? That's one thing I was really always wanting to do. I would have a tremendous experience in spirit. I would have an amazing experience within God itself. And I would then try to get back into that because that's what I wanted. I wanted to live there. I wanted to be in that space. But I didn't know I didn't know how I got there, and I didn't know how to get back there. And I kept thinking that these ministers and rabbis would really be able to help me do it. Because once in a while they would say something that made me think that they knew what I was experiencing and that they could help me to get back to that. Well, I learned very quickly that was not true, because a lot of it was just taken from books on sermons, not really from their own experience. So, but I would still go back and I would still disturb them a little bit with my questions, my searching. And one day, this one rabbi said something in service, and I waited, and my dad had to sit there in the car and wait because I was not going to leave until I got to talk to him. And I waited until he was done, and he knew it was coming up. He could see me sitting out there on the curb waiting for him. And so he came out and he says, "Okay, Jim, come on, let's go." And we went back inside and we sat in his office, and he said, "So now what is it you want to know? What is it that that you want to talk about?" So I said, "You talked about something that I've never heard anybody talk about before, and that's the eternal moment of God." I said, "What is that for you? What does that mean to you? How do you get there?" And he said, "Well, one, I don't know what the eternal moment of God really is, and I don't get there. I have never gotten there. But it is something that is talked about in many different sermons, if you will, and it is something that has been written about by many mystics in the Jewish path. And it's something that has always intrigued me, but I've never really understood it myself. And so when I said it in the sermon today, I don't know where it came from. I don't know what sparked that to come up in me, but it did. So he said, so tell me, what is the eternal moment? And I looked at him and I said, well, I don't know for sure what the eternal moment is, but I know what sparked it in me to come and talk to you. I pray every morning. I pray every evening. I spend an hour, 2, 3 hours sometimes in my prayerful state. And in that, I experience different things about spirit. I get information. I come to understandings about spirit and life and spirit. And I, once in a while, experience God itself. And he said, wait. You experience God? And why do you call it itself? And I say, because it's just spirit. There is no body, there is no anything that would say male or female or anything like that. It is just it. It is just an itness, and a presence, a beingness. And I shared with him my experience the best I could at that moment. And then he said, well, the eternal moment, according to one of the great rabbis, is God itself. And he says it is referred to as itself. And so maybe you're experiencing God in this fuller presence of God. How, I don't know. I don't know why a child would be having it and not someone else. But you're the only one I've ever heard talk about any of this at all. And so we talked for quite a while, and finally there was a knock on the door, and my father came in and he said, Jim, we've got to go. Lunch is ready, and we've got to get going. No, it was dinner was ready, and we've got to get going. And he said to me, come back, let's talk again on this. I'm going to research this myself. I will do what I can to have my own experience of it, but I'm going to research it and try to understand it better. And so I went home and I used what he had given me to some extent, but I also realized that when I shared with him, I got in touch with a truth of the event for me that I didn't know was there before. And this is where I love to share. I love for Spirit to come in and to share through me, because it uses what I have experienced inside to put words on it and to share it with others, to inspire others to find it for themselves. And that's what our talks are all about, is finding this which is inside of you and beginning to define it and beginning to live it more and more each day. So this eternal moment was something that really sparked me and stirred me. And I kept searching to find more and more about the eternal moment. Now, where I searched was in books, in the library, in talking to others. And it was very interesting. I was up at the Catholic Church. I had just attended a Mass, and there was a nun there. She was a teacher there at the school. Excuse me. And we were walking outside, and I didn't know her. I didn't go to school there. I didn't know her. And she walked over to me, and she said, for some reason, I want to talk to you. And for a moment I thought, oh my God, I'm in trouble. What did I do wrong in Mass? Oh my God. I thought she was going to, take me to the principal's office maybe or something. I didn't know. And I said, okay. And so we went and sat out on a bench out in this little garden that they had outside the front of the church. And we sat there, and she said, did you want to ask me a question? And I said, I think I did, but I don't know what it is now. You kind of shook me up. And I kind of looked inside, and then I thought, oh, what I'm looking for, maybe she has something to say. And I said, I'm looking for someone to give me clarity on what the eternal moment is. And how can I keep in touch with that inside of myself? And she said, you just said something most profound. That's the power that I was looking for in you. You just said it so that I can keep that which I know is inside of me. You know something that very, very few people ever in the world have known. Or you couldn't have just said that. And now you're looking for understanding in the world about it. And you're looking out here, you're looking around and asking people, you're looking in books for definitions, whatever it is you're doing, and you're looking in the wrong place. She said, don't look outside of yourself. Only look within. The real truth is within you. The real truth is in your experience. The real truth is not in the world. It is not in people's words. It's not even in another person's experience. It's only in you. So stop looking outside. Stop going and asking, what about this? What about that? And I said, how do you know that I do that? And she says, the priest has talked about you a couple of times and pointed you out when you're up here, and told me he's had some very interesting talks with you. And I just wanted to meet you and talk to you, and I knew that there was something going on inside of you that you were looking for. And I just wanted to share with you my perspective on it, which is don't look outside. Just go back inside and reconnect to that which is there for you. And it will open itself to you. It will reveal itself to you. And it will invite you into the greater experience of it if you allow it. And the key in all that is don't push. Don't push. Do not push on the energy that is there. Relax and move into it. Relax and let it carry you into it. Relax and just see what's there in that moment. Because that what you're looking for, that eternal moment, is right now. And it's right now. And it's right now. And you're going to find it in a greater way if you just learn to be in the now and live into that eternal moment. And I said, have you experienced it? And she says, I'm not talking about my experience. I'm only sharing what I know for myself to be true. And this is how I am true to myself, is by going inside and just having my experience and living my experience and not asking for people's clarity or approval or acceptance or anything else. Well, that day really helped me a great deal. And I stopped chasing after the ministers and the rabbis and teachers at school. There was one teacher at school when I was in high school, and she and I would sit and talk after class. And it was really very interesting. I was in her English class, and then I was in her German class. And so I would just stay in the room waiting for all the students for German to show up, and then we would start the German class. And so we had a few minutes there between classes, I think 10, 15, 20 minutes, where we would just sit and talk. And it was very interesting. We had some amazing talks that time. But I began to understand it was more important to listen than to put words out. They didn't need my words so much as they needed somebody to listen and draw the truth out of them, that they might hear their own truth and begin to live that truth in a greater way, than for me to just put on them my truth. And I found that that was a greater way to help people than to ever be telling them what's the truth, here's this definition, here's the definition of that, or whatever it would be. And so I began to be a pretty good listener in comparison to maybe some other people around. And I would actually share back with them what I was hearing so that I knew that I was hearing them and I could understand better what they were saying by sharing back with them and then they clarifying something maybe for me. But it also helped them to realize, oh my God, I know more than I thought. I didn't even know I knew this, she would often say to me. So the eternal moment is the thing that we're looking for in our meditation. That eternal moment is where God exists in all things, all the time, in all things. And if we can get into that eternal moment here and go into that eternal moment where God is just God and everything is in God and everything is present in the loving of God and God's loving is present in them, that is the eternal moment. And it never changes. It never alters. And it doesn't go from one moment to another moment to another moment. And it doesn't have a future and it doesn't have a past. It just is. It's God. And when we can enter into the fullness of God in that way, we will understand the eternal moment in a way we can't otherwise. Otherwise, it's just words. And in a way, the eternal moment is just a possibility. It isn't something that truly is for us because we have not experienced it. Pay attention. When you're in meditation, when you're focused at the seat of the soul, you are moving into that eternal moment. The soul is a divine essence of God. It is a spark of God. And that soul that is the spark of God is you. That is that which is living in you, giving life to everything of you. It is the consciousness. It's the experiences. It's everything. And when we go into our own soul, we begin to enter into the eternal moment. We begin to enter into that which is God. And God isn't so much about experiences. God is about being. Being that God in you. Being God that is all things. And living in that eternal moment where it's just peace and loving and quiet and knowing. Knowing at a soul level. Knowing this is ultimately it. This is where I dwell. This is where my soul lives eternal and true, which is in God. And there isn't a lot of words, it isn't a lot of experience, it isn't a lot of anything other than just beingness, stillness, quiet, peace. And that's what we're really looking for. That's what we're longing for. That's where the loving is that we are. We are the eternal, the true, and the loving of God. There is no beginning and no end in God itself. And if we are a divine spark of God, then we have no beginning and we have no end. We have that which is eternal, ever present, ever now. And that's what we're really longing for, and that's where we're moving into once again. We came out of that, and we are merging back into that. But ultimately, the truth is you never left it. But you have been distracted through the mind and the other components of this physical creation and are living in separation. Living in separation from the truth, living in separation from God. Not that we're truly separated, but the mind makes the illusions of separation, of aloneness. And we have to rise above that. That's why in meditation is so important to just keep our focus at the seat of the soul. For at the seat of the soul is where we begin to merge once again with the Divine One. At the seat of the soul, we begin to let go of this lower creation and all of its illusions, all of its energies of separation. And we begin to merge back into the oneness. Until we get back to the seat of the soul and begin to merge with our own soul, we are caught up in duality. We are caught up in right and wrong. We are caught up in separation. But when we really truly begin to merge with our own soul, and in that merge back into God itself, we are living in the eternal one, the eternal moment. And in that, life transforms inside and out. Because the eternal moment just is. It does not change. It has no present. It has no past. It has no future. It just is. And it's the same all the time. And there's no other way to put it than that I can say. It is just beingness. And that's hard for the mind to comprehend. That's hard for the physical components of this consciousness to understand and to really choose into, if you will. The soul of you knows the truth. The soul of you knows where it has come from and where it lives right now, in the very heart of God, in the presence of God. And the mind will never understand that, because the mind is of the world. And it is ever doing all it can to keep us caught up in the world, and it's going to give us explanations from a worldly standpoint. And in the mind of the world, eternity is not a component of the mind. The mind does not have an eternal component. The soul does. But if you live caught up in the mind, you live in separation. You live within a confinement, not in eternal. And you live in moment to moment to moment. And there's a definition of those moments as to how long, how much, how big, or how small. So it's for each of us to find out what that eternal moment really is, and how to live into that eternal moment more and more. I've had people tell me that when they're around me, they really enjoy just being with me. And I may not say very much of anything at all while we're together. But when we're together, they feel this peace. And I've heard this from professionals. I've heard this from young people. I've heard this from so many different categories, calibers, whatever you would call it, of people in the world, that they sense the peace. And some of them even ask, how do you have this peace with you? How do I get this for myself? Only a few ask that, but they do comment on the peace. I remember one day, years ago now, I was with someone in the hospital, and they weren't sure if they were going to make it or not. The doctors weren't sure. The nurses really did not think that they would make it, that they would pass on. And all I did was sit there with them day after day, just chanting the name of God and just being with them. And they asked me to be there to do just that, because they were one of the ones that told me years before that whenever they were with me, there was just peace. There was just peace present. And they wanted that right now for themselves, because they said, the doctors, the nurses, it's chaos in this hospital. It's noisy. And I get all kinds of different comments from people that just cause confusion and irritation in me. I want you sitting here with me so that that peace that you carry with you can fill this room and can flood into me and help me to find peace in whatever's going to happen with this. So I did. I would be there early in the morning, and I would be there until late in the evening. And I found that it was just wonderful to be able to share with them, without speaking, just being, that peace. And when he passed over, a nurse came in right away, and she looked at me, and she looked at him, and she said, "What happened?" And I said, "I think he just passed on. I think he died." And she said, "I know that, but what happened in here? What did you do? What happened?" And I said, "I don't know what you mean." She said, "He's not here. He truly is not here. I can't feel him. I can't feel him. And I can still feel people when they've died around. He's really gone. Where did he go? What happened here?" She said, "I've never felt this in all the years I've been a nurse, in all the years I've dealt with the dying. What happened?" And I tried to begin to explain to her, but the chaos and the noise drew her back out. She had to go take care of somebody else. And so the doctor would be in right away, and then, I wouldn't need to be here anymore. And so I just sat there with the body, knowing that he had passed and moved on. And I knew where he had gone, but I couldn't really explain that all to her in just a few moments. What I did share with her was that I practiced, and he was a practitioner of a particular kind of meditation that really helped us to center ourselves into our own soul quality, and to live more from the soul than from the mind or the world. Well, I knew she probably didn't understand that. She probably didn't even really hear it, I thought, for sure. And I never saw her again after that, because once the doctor came in and pronounced him dead, he said I didn't need to be there anymore, that they would take care of the body, and contact the family about, what would be next. And so I left and went on about my day, went on about many days ahead. And then there was the funeral service, and I went to the funeral, and I was sitting there with the family, and this woman came up to me, and I didn't really recognize her because she was not in her nurse uniform at that time. And so I said, "I'm sorry, are you part of the family or something? I don't know who you are." She said, I'm the nurse who came in and was really concerned and wondering what was going on at the hospital. And then I realized who she was. And she said, I want to know more about what you were talking about. I want this peace. I've got to have this peace. Now that I felt it, I really felt it, coming in that room with you, I know it's coming from you. And I want it. How did you get it, and how do I get it? And I just said, it's not coming from me. It's coming from inside of each of us. I just help you to connect back into that which is the peace in you, so that you might know that peace within yourself. And she said, so how did you do that, and how do I do that? And so I talked to her for a few moments about meditation once again. But then they began the service for this gentleman. And so she sat down, and I never really talked to her, for maybe 6, 7, 8 weeks. And I didn't know how to get a hold of her. I knew she was at the hospital, but I wasn't going to go back in there and start that all up. But one of the family members gave her my number, and she called me, and we started talking. And within 2-3 years, she was beginning to really connect into her own peace. And she said, she now, through her words, I can go into any room where there's anything going on of a disturbance, of a process of death, of an illness that's really severe, and I can stay in my peace. I can stay in my center. I can stay in that truth that is me. And it calms everything down. And she said, it's funny, I now have a doctor who demands that when he's in the hospital, I go with him into every room. I don't have to do anything. He just wants me in the room with him, because somehow things move better when I'm with him in there. And I can't explain it to him. He's not going to listen to what I have to say, but he knows there's something there. She said, thank you. I know there's more yet to come, but thank you. And that was the last time I ever really saw her. So I know this to be true, that we have available to us everything we're looking for. All we have to do is go inside. All we have to do is connect to that eternal moment inside of us, that which is the divine essence of God's loving that we are as the soul. If we connect into that, we connect into all that God is. And we can begin to live all that God is within us. We can live it right now. We don't have to die and go somewhere to live it. We can live it right now. And yes, it may not be the eternal moment that we're longing for, because we're also in this world of many moments and separation of many moments, and in the past, the present, and the future of moments. But we can always know that we can focus just right up here to the seat of the soul, connect into that soul, and live that divine flow, live that divine loving, live in that divine essence of the eternal moment as best we can in any moment and bring that present in our daily life. We can live from here in a way that others don't. And that's where we'll find peace and stillness and loving and knowing and that eternal moment, that eternal presence that is God within you, that is God within me. That's what this meditation is really all about. That's how we liberate the soul from this world of separation and pain and suffering and everything else that is included here in this world. We can liberate ourselves so we don't have to come back. And that we can live that eternal moment for eternity. So spend time every day. Let God reveal God to you. Don't go inside searching for this answer and that understanding. Go in, be still, be peaceful, be quiet, and let God reveal to you what God wants you to know. Then it's a whole different world. It's a whole different experience. And it's so much easier to let God bring to you what is next for you than you chasing after something and thinking you know better. You know what's next. Okay, here's what I need, God, now. I want this. I want this. Oh, no, wait. I want that. Never mind about this. Now let's go after that. That's how we often are. Let that all go and go into the eternal moment and live in the eternal moment more and more each day. All right. Well, I think that kind of brings that part of the session to a close. Yep. Mama's here.
Oh, wow.
So I think we're going to move into taking a break.
Yeah. And it's about 3:15. Do you want to just say 4 o'clock or before 4 o'clock? All right, so we're going to take a 45-minute break. And again, those of you that are going to stay around for the Q&A, we'll put up on the screen, we'll be playing the Hue, and we'll have the info@ilm.org, the email address for you to write in your questions. And we'll gather again here in 45 minutes at 4 o'clock and spend a couple hours answering questions.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
That was really nice. Thank you for participating, and we'll see you here shortly. Wow. Oh my goodness.
Alright, she's gonna take the slide down any moment. I haven't started recording yet.
Oh,
Oh, so they're hearing you yawn?
yeah, I'm yawning. Yeah, just
You need to
you gotta
listen it
further.
all the way. All the way, girlfriend, all the way.
Let's see if I can,
Funny, right?
let's see if I can stay in that eternal moment of God during Q&A. Peace, peace be still. Maintain my peace. Everything else on besides your mic? I don't see a red light yet on the camera, but is all the other on? Yeah. Cool.
You have a cord on?
Yes. All right. Hello, everybody. Just turning on all the equipment again. Sound check, video check, online check.
Already.
We're gonna try not to get any feedback.
If not, just speak up, we'll hear you.
Yeah, that's impossible for me. Okay. All right,
Yeah, it's
Very good.
sounds good.
Yeah.
No feedback.
Nope.
Awesome. Thanks for everyone's patience. All right. Okay. First question.
Here we go.
Here we
Welcome back.
go.
Q&A. Question and answers. Or quiet and awareness.
There you go.
Responsibility. Dear Jim and Brian, thank you both for all you do so simply and so patiently. I had a dream I'd like to share with you. I was traveling in a car which was low on fuel and there was a problem with the front wheel. I pulled into a garage and they took the front wheel off and started checking things. After a long while, I started to look for the mechanic who was dealing with our problem. I thought I can put the wheel back on and then we can fill up with petrol and be on our way. Then Brian appears and says, we can't take shortcuts. We have to do this right. You can put the tire on, but you don't know the problem. You can't rush this. Be patient. We've got to do this correctly with the right person and the right procedure. The car gets fixed and we are on our way. I am underground in the car. There are long, narrow tunnels. Sometimes I'm driving, sometimes walking to check out the tunnel. There's a long, straight tunnel and I can see a train coming. I start looking for a place to get out of the way of the train. Can't go faster than the train. Then I see a bend up ahead with the tunnel getting much wider at the bend. I drive there to shelter from the train. A woman appears from the recess. What are you doing? You can't stop there. The train will hit the car. Come with me quickly. She leads me in the car to the surface so I can continue my journey. Thank you both so much for your loving care and simplicity and great dedication and example for me. Bless us all.
Go ahead.
How about that? That was really good. The answer was already in there. So the car is a vehicle for your consciousness. And in a way, you could say I showed up not necessarily as the mechanic, even though often the spiritual teacher is the mechanic as well, but to support the action of really where I showed up. That is literally the direct inner experience with the radiant form of the spiritual teacher. Number one, that's a big deal. That's letting you know how real this is that we talk about in ILM, where that radiant form of the spiritual teacher will always support you on this inner journey home. And saying you can't skip any steps, you need to be patient is exactly how this works. There's no bypassing anything. We've got to be patient and go through the steps and allow the grace of God to do what God's going to do to make sure we're liberated and don't have to come back. And that's what other people try to do. I hate to say it, when people are looking for miracles or to have things taken from them, spiritual healings, all these things, it's often people trying to bypass, take the shorter route in a way where we don't understand that there's great value in these lessons. And it's better to invite the grace of God in and have the grace of God now walk with you and take you through it so you fulfill it, not avoid it. And that's really what we want to do, is invite God into everything. And this is a good example of, obviously, you've been inviting God in, and it's showing up. And the whole journey under the tunnels is going into your unconscious. So below the ground is going unconscious. And that's what happens. The Holy Spirit, most of our karmas are unconscious. So through the grace, it'll bring us into our unconscious to go and clear the karma, all the tunnels under there. And even the train, that's actually one of the vehicles by which Spirit works, that initiates get on and off at different levels of consciousness. And that's when my jokes come around the soul train, that really goes through the etheric realm and the unconscious. So this is letting you know that you're working off your karmas in the unconscious, and then later this lady's showing up. To me, that's also an aspect of the Holy Spirit helping to take care of you. And also, it was at that point that not only getting off the train track, but also now in your individual consciousness, now coming from the underground back up to the surface. So in other words, that's to me the Holy Spirit now bringing you, having cleared that which was to be cleared at that particular moment in time or moment of experience there, and now being brought back to the surface is now coming back up above the unconscious just to continue your journey. Mm-hmm. The mechanic, I was actually going to say, that's usually the spiritual teacher. And there are many spiritual teachers just on the inner levels, so you know. All you need is the one physically to anchor the name in your consciousness with initiation. And they're the main one that walks with you from this level all the way into the heart of God. But on different levels, there are different spiritual teachers that work with the soul according to the lessons that it's there to unfold, because those specific teachers will assist with specific lessons in that way. That's why it's not uncommon to see other spiritual teachers, but they all represent the Holy Spirit and that action of God ushering the soul along on its journey. And this is a really good, I don't want to just call it a dream, this is a very good actually experience of this pathway. Would you like to add anything?
No,
I
you
think I
covered it
covered
very
most
well.
of the
Yeah.
details. I wanted to really tap into that because it's a really good example.
Very.
Did I miss anything, Kelsie? I think I covered that? Very nice. Thank you for sharing, whoever did. Those are the examples that are really nice for everybody to hear. And you know me, every time Q&A, I tend to go on because I get really excited when I hear real experiences that are on this path. At the very least, I hope my excitement just confirms the validity of the journey, no matter who's sharing. And that's really what we're all doing. It's nice to hear though that level of clarity that we can speak to and share about, again, as a wonderful example, regardless of how much Tim and I explain it or not. And hopefully the explanation helps to make sense, but ultimately that doesn't really matter. What matters is you're having the experience in your souls going through the journey. And now you know, just like it's so funny because in your acknowledging Jim and I and our patience, well, right in your own experience, it was talked about being patient. And that's why I've made the jokes in the past. I really am not a patient person. I've just learned to be patient because I realized you can't skip any of the steps. But we can always come to that point of God and move into the eternal moment so God can really bring us through the journey regardless of the timeline or the process.
And I think one thing that I would say is that when you were ready to put the tire back on and the teacher said, wait, we've got to do this right. And that's true. So many people I see say, well, I've done the LAF on this. It's all done. And it really isn't. And I keep repeating, do it more. Sometimes you have to do it 100 times on the situation before the energy lifts. You can't just say, well, I've done it a couple of times and it's done. I wish it was that way, but really you have to go in and really clean it up very well, very methodical and letting go of forgiving, whatever it might be. So that was really very clear to, be patient and take your time and get it right.
Very nice.
And that's what the teacher does. It helps you to get it right, make sure you're liberated.
Dear Jim and Brian, thank you so much for your wonderful talks. I found them very helpful, and they have inspired me to share an experience I'm having during my meditation. Following chanting for a while, I become aware of beginning to smile. That sort of smile that happens when you see or meet someone you know. Then I feel a presence in front of me and we merge together. I'm not sure who merges into whom, but it seems natural, and then my physical awareness drops away. I have experienced seeing the radiant form, either as you both or Jesus. Is this the same, but in a different form? Much loving to you both.
That's really nice. Another great example of a different way to experience the journey, but this is obviously a very direct experience of spirit. And I kind of just answered it already when I talked about the different spiritual teachers that we can see, that the spiritual teacher and the physical who initiates us, or in this case two, is the main one who's going to work with you. And we said this before, and I'll just acknowledge it again. There are many spiritual teachers on their levels, and there's probably a handful, there's really more than that, but a handful that disciples upon this pathway that are here with us in ILM that experience more frequently because they are working more directly with us on inner levels, and obviously Jesus is one of those. And he's the main one, I'll say, that Jim and I have had a lot of our own experience with. And I really want to answer the other part of your question here too, but I want to acknowledge also a couple other names because we share them once in a while. And it's part of the reason we'll even share about some of the books we do in here, such as Rumi or Hafiz, Lao Tzu, different teachers, Kabir, on this pathway, because those are ones that really have worked on the inner levels. Moses, there's several, but some of the main ones with us here in ILM, first and foremost has been with Jesus, and believe it or not, Abraham Lincoln. Most people don't really know that Abraham Lincoln was actually a spiritual teacher. He actually held the blue light mantle, the Christ consciousness. And even though he didn't really initiate people that lifetime, he really was there to support people. That's why his whole action not only about holding the union together, which obviously is an outer symbol, but the emancipation. He's known as the great emancipator, which even though in the world it looked like freeing the slaves, it also is about, that was to me an outer reflection also about freeing the soul from how it is enslaved in this physical world. So a lot of Abraham Lincoln, what he did even in that physical life, is an outer reflection of who he is inwardly. And it's been interesting because I've had experiences with him, and many of the disciples on his pathway have written in and said, "Oh my God, I had experience with Abraham Lincoln. Why Abraham Lincoln?" So that's why I'm sharing what I'm sharing right now. I know it seems weird, like a past president or somebody in that kind of limelight, thinking of as a spiritual teacher. Most people think of people like Jesus, the old ones out of the Bible or from India. Most people often will think of as spiritual teachers, but they're not limited in any way, shape, or form. So that's just another example for people what that can look like on the inner levels that many have had experiences with. The other part of the question is, and you hear say it all the time, that true radiant form of the spiritual teacher we always share is the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit will use any form of any spiritual teacher to assist the soul on its journey in any way God wants to do that. And I just named a few. The main ones you'll see is me and Jim and Jesus, but again, a few others like I mentioned. But yes, the other part of the question in there is that they all serve the Holy Spirit, and in the Holy Spirit we all one. I literally have had experiences spiritually where I've merged into a oneness with Jim, I've merged into oneness with Jesus, I've merged into oneness with God. And in God and through the Holy Spirit, all the spiritual teachers are truly one in the truest sense that is just amazing, and someday every soul will experience merging into that oneness, and that's what we're here to share about. Anything else you'd like to say?
Well, when we're merging like that too, we're really merging into our own soul. We're beginning to merge and become awake and aware of ourselves as a spiritual being and not just a physical being. And we begin to live more from that place if we allow ourselves to stay focused that way. So it's very important to have these experiences, but also to understand them. And it's just showing you now that you can let go of the old patterns, the old habits, the old beliefs, and start living anew. The new way, the new belief, the new understanding, and live a spiritual life rather than just a physically based life.
That's the best stuff.
Yeah.
Irresponsibility.
What?
Irresponsibility. Hi, Jim and Brian and everyone at ILM. I'd like to share something that came present on my journey recently. Responsibility. I accept responsibility for all the faults I thought you were. Sorry. It's a poem. I'm not great at reading poems. Let me start over. Responsibility. I accept responsibility for all the faults I thought were you, when really they were parts of me. There is no time or place in soul that long for place so far away is nearer to my journey's goal than ever I did dream today. Light without shadow surrounding me, peace and contentment without end. Silence stills abundantly in God's loving with the friend. There are such stars behind my eyes, the brightest which I've ever seen. Now, at last, there's no surprise. I am where I have always been. Thank you all for all you do.
Very good. Well, when we get into awareness that we've never changed, we're always the same, lifetime to lifetime, existence to existence, until we've reached that eternal moment where we realize there's no past, present, and future, we're just the eternal one. And in that eternal moment, like they're describing in that's really nice.
Beautiful. I just like closing my eyes and listening, especially after your sharing today. I'm just still in that space. It's nice. This is why I get a kick out of this. I actually said it during my talk. It doesn't really matter what we say. What matters is the energy from which we're sharing. And it's like I listen to Jim's talk and I'm like, that was really pretty simple talk,
Yep.
but really nice examples. But man, it wasn't even about what you shared. It's like that piece you talked about, obviously that was the energy coming through. I mean, I'm still there. I just want to keep closing my eyes and just kind of be with it. So literally, it's almost a little challenging doing Q&A right now because I'm still in that so much. So.
May 2021 meditation. This is half of a long meditation. It was scary as I was being moved a lot and tumbled around in that meditation and put places, and I had no control to fight back or decide where I wanted to go as a force was moving me.
Good. Right there, I want to say something. That's exactly what you want to do, is completely surrender. And part of the spiritual journey, we are going to go through these experiences where literally we will be in situations like this where we have absolutely no control or power anymore. And that is a good thing. Ultimately, you've got to let go of any control and trying to do what you want to do and just surrender and let God bring you through. That's what I shared a lot about today. And right there, that part being said is that's happening. That is literally the grace of God. That presence that you feel, that energy moving you, literally is the Holy Spirit of God moving you. And even though it can seem scary, and even some of the experiences you go through may even seem quite horrible, but it's the grace of God bringing you through those things so you get liberated from your fears. Because the terrible stuff you go through is literally the karmic fears that the soul has created and needs to move through to complete. And it's the grace of God carrying us through those things to complete them.
I remember a voice asking me to relax while this loss of control was going on.
There you go. That's the voice of Spirit.
I am so used to being in control, and I felt like an object that was being moved around.
That's right.
Then someone put my face so close to a mirror that all I could see was two blue eyes, and I realized they were my two blue eyes after a short time. My right eye was small and red and kept closing and looked sick, while my left eye was wide open and normal, and I looked at my eyes for a while. It was one of my longest meditations, from 3 a.m. to 6:30 a.m., as I never heard the timer, nor the roosters, nor my internal clock. After that meditation, I felt physically so good and balanced and restored, but only for the day.
So this is a really wonderful part of the spiritual journey when somebody comes to the point where they look in the mirror. That's often referred to as the cosmic mirror, or Jim and I have talked about the lake of reflection. That's like a mirror, whether you're looking down from above or you're underneath it looking up. It's a mirror, and that's what this creation is based upon. Part of waking up to the soul realization is beginning to look in the mirror to see yourself as you are, as in self-realization, which is dealing all the way the ego, mind, emotional, astral, physical level, in the etheric levels where that mirror is, and we have to come face to face with ourself here. That's literally what a lot of the Zen Buddhists and others, when they talk about self-realization, that's the point they come to of literally seeing self in that cosmic mirror. And that is the first stage of a greater awakening. And that's, though, where when you see yourself, and the two eyes is the polarity. But in seeing yourself, you're really acknowledging that self. You've come to a point in your spiritual journey in acknowledging that self of the world so that you can now transcend that. But in the acknowledgement of self, that's what you could almost say, it's the first step of spiritual freedom, not liberation yet, but the first step of spiritual freedom, where when we talk about the I am that I am, this is where you could almost begin to say the first part of I am, where you're beginning to wake up to that. And then as you continue in the journey, after literally the integration and acceptance of seeing the self of the world, then the soul, what happens is the soul now is released from that self, and then it is only the soul that can travel beyond the mirror. And that is done with the spiritual teacher, the purple light, as we say, because that's the only thing that truly lifts the soul out of this world in its creation. In some ways, we can almost get up to that point out of our own volition, the willfulness of the ego, but we can't go beyond that. It has to be through the grace of God where we literally let go of this self in the world that we are seeing with the two eyes in the mirror. Because the soul, truly, the single eyes is one eye. It's oneness. The two eyes is the polarity in the world. But that is an important part, is acknowledging that self of the two eyes in the world to be able to release it and now transcend that. Anything more you want to add with that?
Well, seeing the right eye all irritated and red and everything, it means that there's a lot for you yet to learn about your spiritual power, your spiritual loving, your spiritual side. The other looked normal, it looked the same as it should, and that's saying that you understand your physical life. But the spiritual is the one now that is to be focused on and really anchor yourself in spirit and get your grounding in spirit and start living more from that side of your life so that everything is in balance.
And that's how you'll move beyond the mirror.
Yeah.
By doing that. So, good stuff. These are some very wonderful experiences, and these are very true. These are the things that happen with the soul on its journey home.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just wondering, I guess this is for Q&A. Sharing volunteering experience, 5/16/21. Good afternoon, gentlemen. My former boss, who is the CEO of a well-known chef nationwide, was diagnosed with cancer right before COVID shut down and began. His son is affected with autism. He is a nonverbal high-level functioning. My friend, former boss, is in remission and just completed his last chemo. He is confined to a wheelchair at this moment. He has dedicated his life to opening a facility for families whose children are affected with autism, so they would be able to bring their children to interact, play, and have activities in a safe environment, and to share with other families. He had planned to open this facility prior to his diagnosis.
Can I interrupt? So this is the type of stuff during Q&A that we don't really need a storyline, and it's all about the world. Our focus here really is about the spiritual pathway, and we try to hold that so that our time together is really served for those doing the pathway. Is there a part in the email there that moves into something beyond all the physical storyline. And not to discount it, that sounds absolutely wonderful. And I love it when I hear stories about what people are doing in the world for others. It's fantastic. It's just in our time together here in ILM, we're trying to hold a spiritual focus and not make it about physical things in the world, no matter how wonderful they are.
It's about realizing how blessed this person is.
It's what?
It's this person realizing that their so-called troubles and insecurities, self-doubts are so minimal, and how blessed they feel, how blessed they are.
That part's great to hear.
So do you want to hear the experience of the service?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to, if it can tie into really the inner practice or what we're doing, that would be nice. Just
It's an outer service, but then how it moved within.
Mm-hmm.
okay.
Okay. So the opening was last night, and this person volunteered, which brings me to this experience I want to share.
Okay.
Not only I just don't have time to read all these before we come
No,
to
no,
them.
I know, it's
so-
all right.
Not only was it an honor for me to go and interact with these beautiful children, at one point I looked around at the parents watching their children play all these games, interact with one another and new people. Some of these children were easy to interact with and some not. Just recently I went on this roller coaster of insecurities returning back to work after 15 months of being in quarantine. I felt insecure going back into the workforce and being able to remember how to interact, stay grounded, and even how to work in a fast-paced environment. Then my experience last night catapulted me back to reality. I walked around the facility and chanted silently within myself. I wanted to share my blessings with this new center, the children and their families. I shared the light I am so grateful to be walking with. I realized my so-called troubles, insecurities, self-doubts are so minimal. When I observed what these families have just endured, not being able to take their children anywhere to interact with others that are affected with autism, and that this will continue through their lifetime, remaining devoted to keep their children able to function. It presented the opportunity to realize and remind myself how blessed I am. I played Django with one of the young gals. Her and I won the championship. Our Jenga tower was almost 5 feet high, and we were barely able to reach the top. She wouldn't stop hugging me and dancing with me with so much joy that she was named the champion. I wanted to share and encourage reaching out and donating just a moment of your time to any charity in your community. I walked away feeling extremely blessed and grateful. I love you with peace, gratitude, and blessings in my heart. Thank you for being my spiritual teachers.
Thank you.
That's wonderful.
I mean, I seriously, that's where service, I'm glad to hear this because that's the next step. At some point, we really encourage everybody to do on this pathway. We spend a lot of time, obviously, in meditation and the self-study, but at some point, we've got to, in a sense, get out of ourselves because everything in this world is kind of a polarity or balance, and a lot of the meditation and self-study is really focused on self, even though it's really more the God self. When we do the self-study in LAF, sometimes we can get too caught up in our own process, and being of service with others is one of the best ways to take us out of our own process. And this is a wonderful story in sharing that. And I do apologize for kind of cutting the story short, because I know it's really meant to be an example of the service, which is fantastic. Please don't please don't get me wrong in that. It's just that sometimes when it's too much about the story, it loses the focus of what the story's about. I personally, and especially in our time together like this in Q&A, instead of hearing the whole story of what happened in the outer, I would rather hear people write in about their experience of what they experienced inwardly as they were doing the outer. That's why I wanted to acknowledge the end about the joy and the self-confidence, the self-whatever that was mentioned in there. I would like to hear more about that rather than the storyline of what happened, but rather what happened within the individual as they participated in that. I hope I'm saying that clearly, so that maybe as people write in, that as you write in, please understand to write about your inner experience in how that movement of the divine within you moves as you participate in these things. We don't really need to hear the outer story, as wonderful as it is. Like you said, please donate to charities. We always encourage that. But we want to do it in a way that is moved from each soul in their own unique way, as you individually are inspired to do, no matter where or how that looks. Because whatever that is, it's going to serve you in your spiritual journey, and as you really allow yourself to express that inner truth of your loving essence, that is the real service that impacts others. That's the part that we're focused on here in ILM, and that's the part we want to hear about rather than all the outer storyline. I hope that's clear, and I hope I'm not offending anybody, because I know some people get upset when I kind of cut off the outer storyline, and I'm just trying to hold a focus, and I hope I'm communicating that clearly, the what and the why of that. So.
Well, also, I'll just say what you're sharing is very, very profound, because we also, even though we're doing the inner pathway and we're liberating our own soul, doing work and service out in the world is one of the most beneficial things you can experience for yourself, but also in that action of joining with others in service, there's a wonderful union that takes place that serves the soul, feeds the soul. So I'd recommend highly, if you can, to get involved in a project and a service action, whatever it might be. It can be driving food out for Meals on Wheels. It can be going into nursing homes and sitting and talking with people there. It can be going into hospitals. I don't know so much now about that, but when I was in my teens and 20s, I could go into hospitals and visit with people that were lonely, and the nurses would point out a room and say, you can go on in that room, it's fine. And so, I would say find what that would be. I got involved with a church group that was feeding the hungry. And we would do all kinds of different service projects to raise money to get the money for the food and then to deliver the food in different ways. So find out, because you'll find a whole different part of yourself that maybe you don't even recognize, but how compassionate, how caring, how loving you are inside yourself, and doing that action in the world brings that up and brings it forward and allows you to experience a greater part of yourself than you might know. So I really highly recommend that.
Amen.
But do your meditation first.
Yeah.
I knew people that stopped meditating and just did the outer service, and they kind of lost the meaning after a while.
Yeah. So thank you, whoever wrote that. Thank you for sharing that. It's really inspirational and a wonderful reminder how important that third aspect of this, trifold pathway is: meditation, self-study, and service.
Yep.
Dream this morning. A dream segment about an elementary school and finding affordable housing. I don't remember too many details, but wow, I thought the years of dreaming about high school were medieval. Somehow it segues into another dream segment. I'm swimming with a companion, maybe my sister, and two vampires, a male and a female.
I'm laughing because it sounds all too familiar of years past with the things I've experienced.
We are in a Waikiki-like area. Area. The section of the ocean we're swimming in is walled off, so there are no waves, and there are buildings, hotels, and shops along the shore, and many others enjoying the water. There is some talk, I can't remember if it was with the vampires or not, about how certain methods reputed to kill vampires wouldn't work. So we're swimming along, enjoying it as far as I can tell, and the female vampire ducks under and swallows a bit of water and sputters on it. I pay very close attention to this. The male vampire swims over to her to make sure she's all right. I swim over to my companion, and in a hushed voice I say, I think we need to tie the vampires to rocks and sink them to the bottom and drown them. I want you in my dreams. On the other hand, I feel like it's got to be the right thing to do because vampires are blood-sucking murderers. On the other hand, I feel a little guilty because here we are enjoying a swim together and I'm keen to jump on the first chance to murder them. My companion seems to have a feeling of guilty pleasure, similar to sharing particularly juicy gossip, and to have similar thoughts about whether we really should drown the vampires. A small part of me wondered, however, would I imagine to tie them to rocks anyway? Love you all. Thank you for everything.
You want me to start or you want
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I know I'm laughing, but these are very true, actually, these experiences. So the water represents, again, the water world, the consciousness of this creation, the physical, the etheric level down through the mind, the emotions, imagination, body. The vampire, especially at school, you have the male and female, they represent the polarities here. And just remember, Lucifer is the lord of this realm, the lord of reflection, but it's one of a negativity. And vampires represent, as you said, blood-sucking murder. Well, what they do, vampires represent, the blood represents our life force, our energy. And so vampires, they take our life force. But they can only do that. And remember, they're just a reflection to reflect back to us what it is we're doing in our consciousness that we, in a sense, are giving our life force to. Another way of saying it is, what are we giving our power away to? Well, this experience lays it out very clearly. Whoever the other person is, whether it's your sister or whoever it is the other person in your consciousness that you are working through your lessons of where you give your power away to. So in other words, your relationship or interactions with this other person you were swimming with, and it's based on gossip, there's the learning right there. Watch and be careful with what you do with gossip. Because the way you're gossiping with this other person is you draining your energy, you giving your power away. That's why the vampires are there. The vampires are the reflection in this creation so your consciousness can see. And this is all the symbology, and this is why it's good to share these and we can talk about them, that those vampires are symbolic now of, in a sense, if they can get your blood, they can do it because you're allowing it by doing the gossip and whatever you're participating in to give your power away. The good news in this experience, one, when you actually start to see these things, it's because those karmas are coming to an end. So they're beginning to be revealed, to be finished. The reason why you're even trying to wonder and figure out how can we tie them to rocks and drown them and so on, is you and your consciousness beginning to take responsibility for what you've been doing to give your power away. And in doing that now, this transition you're in is you now realizing, oh, I've got to now kill, or in other words, bring to an end or let go or complete in some way that which drains my energy, drains my life force, drains the blood out of me. And so pay attention to whatever the gossip is you're doing, because that's the way you're doing it. So if you see that and you start to make changes there and don't do that which you were doing that was draining you, you'll find that those vampires will either die off or they'll just go away, because there's nothing you're doing now that gives them the opportunity to come participate with you to drain you of your life force in that way. Ultimately, this is all an illusion. But in the process of waking up to the truth of that, we're going to go through these experiences that seem very real, because that's how we learn in this land of reflection. I hope I explained that clearly. Anything else
so.
you want to share on that?
No, I think that's clear.
What was the first couple sentences, Kelsie? I think I tied it together, but I might have missed something in the beginning part there.
Where they were swimming?
Yeah, where they were swimming.
With the two vampires, one male, one female.
Yeah.
The ocean they were swimming in was walled off, so there were no waves.
Yeah, so this is letting you know this is just a section. And that ocean is the ocean of life, the physical creation, not the ocean of loving. Then this physical creation is just a reflection of the ocean of loving, obviously. So that walled off part of the ocean is letting you know that's your consciousness. Just in that area is where this lesson is that's being revealed and all.
And that it's quiet means it's quieting down. What used to maybe have been big waves and disturbances now is quieting down because you're taking more charge over it at some level.
There were buildings, hotels, shops along the shore, others in the water.
Yeah, that's all
And
just...
then
just about
the
the
female
world.
vampire ducks underwater and swallows the water.
Yeah, and again, that's the vampires can only really, they only exist in this creation. They can't really go above it at all. None of the negative forces can. But again, symbolically, it's all very well laid out there. And even all the buildings, people, all that, this just represents the world and the activity going on in the world.
Yeah.
There's nothing really other than that to say about all that. Cool, thank you. And just so you guys know, the other reason I'm laughing, I have literally taken vampire bites for initiates on the inner levels.
Yes.
I literally have seen these vampires on their levels come to do that to an initiate, and I literally had to intervene, and then they had, because sometimes the karmic law of an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, sometimes it's got to get fulfilled one way or another. The spiritual teacher, people have no idea what we actually take on or do for disciples in order to give them the space to get free of this. Because in this particular instance, and when I had that, I knew the disciple and the pattern they were running just like this, but completely different, but very similar. This dream was nice because you actually have an idea of what it is with the gossip you're doing that give you an idea of what to pay attention to. But this disciple didn't have that awareness, and I was working with them on the inner levels and on the outer with some counseling. But on the inner, I was working with them, and one of the ways I was helping them to, in a sense, get some space to get a breather to start to break the pattern they were doing to get free of it, is that I had on the inner levels literally take the vampire bite myself to help to fulfill the karma so that they could get some freedom to get free of the way what they were doing to give that vampire the opportunity to come keep feeding off of them because of their actions, not because of victimness. We only can draw to us that which, in a sense, what we're putting out.
Right.
And it'll be reflected back to us, whether it's vampires or zombies or terrorists. I mean, literally, there's all that stuff on the inner levels, and a lot of it's not fun, but nonetheless, it's what goes on. So, don't worry, I got over it. Even when Jim and I go through things like that, Yeah, it affects us a little bit, but we just give it up to God. It's just the grace of God that handles it all anyway.
Yeah.
Not really us. We're kind of a temporary intercessor for the moment to give the disciple the opportunity to get free and God the opportunity to bring the grace in to liberate that soul. Oh, the fun stuff in this pathway. Okay.
Dear Jim and Brian, while I recognize the goal to become more neutral to this world and to disconnect from it, the neutrality that I am experiencing, especially with positive experiences, feels more like a deep depression. It does not feel like the peace that you just described, Jim. It feels like a void of loneliness. Brian, going back to you talking about how little children and dogs make you smile, that is also the case with me. Those are often the only things that bring any short moment of happiness into my emotions. This is just one of those challenging steps forward leaving this realm. Is this just one of those challenging steps forward towards leaving this realm and returning to God? Is it about not being excited about anything in order to neutralize?
Often, yes. I've spoken in the past that I went through a number of years of being depressed, and a lot of what I have discovered is that depression is part of the detaching from the world. Because what happens when we begin this journey of soul liberation is that you got to remember we've all been ingrained and attached to the world through the mind, emotions, imagination, and body, so that we look forward to those things. We have built up expectations, we build up desires, wants, needs, and so we're wrapped up in it. So as we begin now to pull away in our meditation to turn our focus from the down and out rather to bring it in and up, there's that letting go process. And in the letting go, that basic self part of us that is like the little children, the dogs, the cats, the animals that bring us joy, we think we're losing that. Not understanding at the time what we're really losing is just our attachment and expectations and needs and wants of those things in the world. But it's in that process, so as we withdraw, we look at it as, oh my God, I'm losing this. I'm losing my joy, I'm losing my playfulness, I'm losing whatever. That's going to make anybody depressed. It did me. I went through it like 6 years. And I'm not saying it's going to happen for everybody, and not that time length either. It's going to be different for each of us. But for me, that's what I went through, that there was that depression in a way, and I did get lonely for a while. And that was all part of it. But in that depression and loneliness, the way it served me, one, because I did lose interest in a lot of things, and part of it was apathy and depression, not wanting to do a lot of things either, that now I had that time to really focus on the meditation and the self-study. So that's what I did. I utilized the time that I would have been doing all these other things that I thought were bringing me joy to now really focus on my inner relationship with God. And then in that process, it began to turn around where literally there's one day I had an inner experience where I was flying backwards, looking at things in the world where I was depressed, and then I just finally inside of myself made the choice to just let it go. Just let it go. And as I did, all of a sudden, God turned me around and I literally saw I was sitting in the hand of God. That's the story I've shared before, but I had to let go of that was causing my depression, of what I was focusing on in the world. Because that was causing my depression. What I was focusing on in the world that I was having to give up, what I was letting go, what I felt like was being taken away from me. I didn't realize at the time what was really going on until I finally said, okay, I let go. And then when God turned me around and I saw us in the hand of God, well, guess what was right on the other side of depression? Joy. Because when I saw where I was going And who was bringing me there? I wasn't depressed or sad anymore about what I was letting go of. That's literally where my joy replaced my depression. And from that moment forward is where my life started to change, and I started having joy come back into my life. But my life was very different, because now I was really focused going home to God in the truest sense, and then even in the reflection in the world around me, I began to participate more in spiritual actions of service. And that's what brought me joy. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing now, because this is what brings me the most joy, is the action of service we're doing here. So my joy was transformed from that which I thought was my joy and attachment in the world to that which is truly my attachment to joy with God. And in that, well, what did it do? It brought forward the joy of the inner child inside of me. And I found from that point forward that I could be in that childlike, playful place and joyful, whether it was with an adult, a child, a dog, a cat, a plant. It did not matter. That was present within me no matter where I went and brought. Just like Jim talked about peace, well, I brought a lot of joy. And that's just inherent inside of me, and that's just part of me and what I do and express. That's why you see me making bad jokes. That's why I always goof off and play and try to find a good laugh, because that's that part inside of me. So now I don't look for it in the world. I don't need it from the world, because I have it within me. But it was a process I had to go through of the turning around and letting go of the attachments in the world. And that moves into neutrality. And be aware there's a difference. I know you said neutrality you thought was more like depression. They're completely separate. And I hope in hearing my story that clarity is there. Because I was depressed, and I wondered if that was neutrality too. I was questioning it along the way. We all do. And that's good to question it. So you pay attention and start to find the differences. And you too will discover, like I'm sharing now, at some point it'll turn for you. Because once you've had enough of the depression and feeling lonely or alone, at some point you will have had enough of feeling that way, just like I did. And you will go, fuck it, I'm over this, I'm done. That letting go is where you will turn around and then begin to find the joy, the true joy of spirit, not of the world. And that is what we all have to go through and discover. That's part of the liberation. When you turn, you'll be in neutrality. In that neutrality, the joy of spirit will come forward. The peace of spirit will come forward. The loving of spirit will come forward directly from God. And I really mean that, because I know that from my experience. And that's what we're all doing on this pathway. But yes, there is a process. We will go through our loneliness, our depressions, our longings, our wants. But realize all we have to do is internally make that choice to just give it up, to just let it go. And there will be a day that we actually will. We're going to go through the motion, just like Jim said. Just because you did the LAF a couple times, you think you're done? No. You'll do it 100 times, 200 times, 1,000 times. But at some point in there, it will be done. You just have to keep doing it until it is done, until it is released. Just like the previous experience with the vampires. Those vampires have been sucking on your energy all this time. You just finally became aware of it. But in that awareness now, you're getting your freedom from it. And at some point, those will be gone, and so will the experiences that created it to begin with will be gone. And then in that comes back your life in the truest sense, spiritually, joyfully, peacefully. That's how it works for all of us. It's no different for me or Jim than it is for everybody. The only difference maybe for me and Jim is that we've been very conscious of those experiences and of the journeys so that we can share about it and teach about it.
That's right.
Anything else you'd like to add?
No, it's very clear.
Awesome. And I know this is the hardest part for everybody. I know so many people, loneliness is one of the biggest things. Even when they're with somebody, they feel alone. It doesn't matter if they're literally alone or with somebody. It is that feeling of loneliness that feeling we all go through to some extent as we're in that action of turning away from the world and letting go of all that and towards spirit. So it's that turning that we go through the loneliness and depression because we're not really attached to the things in the world anymore the way we used to, but we're not really totally facing God yet. So we don't know that. We're in between. We're in the metaphysical. We're not physically focused. We're not spiritually focused. We're metaphysically. And it's when we're in that outer in between, we're not sure anymore. We used to know this. We don't know this yet, but where we're at right now, we don't know what to think. And that I know and understand very well is the hard part, which is another reason why we just say, just give it all up to God, surrender to God. Keep coming back to this point of God and focus inwards and upwards. It is the only way, and I really mean that, it is the only way to finally transcend all of this and get free and liberated from it. Go ahead and try everything else. Try all the psychology, all the healing things, this and that. You might find temporary, moments of relief, but then something else or the same thing will come back again. Ultimately, it is just finally transcending it all back up into spirit with God that truly changes it, transforms it, releases it.
Very well put. That's the truth.
I know, I went through it for years.
Yeah.
I am dealing with a flare-up in some chronic pain issues and find it very difficult to meditate when this happens. How can I deal with something like this when it happens? Is just chanting the names and trying to get above the body consciousness enough to keep me on track?
It's enough to keep you on track, yes, but also be practical and do what you can to take care of the physical body, to handle the pain, whatever that is, to do, whatever therapies you need to, whatever medications, nutritional supplements, whatever it is, talking to doctors, surgeries. I mean, just depending on the condition, you've got to really explore it. It's in taking responsibility and handling those things physically, practically, that it'll actually help you internally to keep you on track. Because there's always a lesson in everything. Don't just look at the physical pain as something that hurts and you need to get rid of. There's always a lesson and something of value in that. But we won't know or learn the value until we take responsible actions to take care of it. So always do the meditation with the sacred name, no matter how much of a struggle, no matter how monotonous, no matter if you're like forcing it, do it anyway. And at the same time, take responsibility in healing whatever's going on with the body. And in doing both, that grace of God is going to come in and work with you, walk with you, to not only get through the physical ailments, but then also in that start to release and clear the karma. And if there's a lesson to be learned, the awareness and understanding will come forward in the process as you take responsibility and take action in taking care of yourself. That's kind of the joke when Jim always told me for years, go get a job, go get a job. I was avoiding something. And when I finally did, in the doing of it, I'd have my experience and learn my lessons, and that's where I, cleared the karma.
Yeah, well, that's very much true.
It was in the doing of it. It doesn't matter what it is in life, jobs, relationships, pain in our body, anything. It's in taking responsibility and taking actions that through the experience and continuing to do our meditation, literally will handle it all. Whether the pain goes away or stays with us, either way, it's about the spiritual fulfillment, not the physical. I think that's it.
Okay. Dear Jim and Brian, I had this dream several weeks ago and would very much like to understand what it means. I was living in a beautiful white mansion, but in the dream, I was outside in front of it, just hanging out with my family. The dream family was composed of several young adults and several junior high aged children. Riding up the driveway towards us was a young woman on a bicycle delivering a telegram to us, to me. She circled behind me and pulled in front of me from the right. In her left hand, she held pieces of paper up in front of her face, and I could not even see her head because of the paper. In her right hand, she had my telegram, but instead of handing it to me, she crumpled it slightly and then threw it at my face, whereupon it fell towards the ground. I did go into a reaction and invited her into my house. I wanted to embarrass her by telling her how she disrespected a customer, me, and that she was a poor representative to the telegraph company. I invited my family in to support me in what I was going to say, but my family started acting very boisterous and silly, and the younger ones started dancing around and did not understand how I felt and dismissed it all. I looked over at the young woman and could see her face now. She had a very superior and triumphant smile on her face. The dream ended. Thank you for your interpretation. Much love.
Well, if that was my dream, I would look at it and begin to pick some points out. One is you went into reaction with the situation, and with that reaction, you were going to take an action based on the reaction that really wasn't going to serve you well. And the energy was trying to bring you to the awareness that it's better just to look at that and move past it, like everybody was jovial and laughing and just whatever it was that they were doing around you. It was showing you that this is how you can also approach it, just as a laugh or whatever, and let that person live their life the way they're going to live it, because you're not here to teach them. You're here to live your life and to learn from it. So it's a very good, significant dream, to pointing out the fact that don't react to the things in the world and then let those reactions hold you back from your movement forward in your spiritual journey, but rather, just like we always talk about, love, accept, and forgive. It's also the way that those people around you, your family members, were acting, and that was in a boisterous way, a fun way, a joking way, of taking things lightly and just keep moving forward and enjoy life and appreciate life for what it is, but don't take it so serious that it's going to get in the way of you living your life to its fulfillment.
That the white mansion represents our own personal soul consciousness, and the family outside and everything, and the joy is all about that, the joyous spirit of the soul. And this experience, as Jim covered it for you, is letting you know what's holding you back from really moving into the greater fullness of your soul. So I would say to go ahead and work with what Jim just shared with you and do what you can to, love, accept, forgive, whatever the pattern is inside of you, that where you go into reaction when people around you do certain things, and rather than putting people in their place or blaming others or getting upset because they're doing things you look at as disrespectful, rather look to yourself and what the actual issue is in yourself where you feel disrespected, because there's something inside of you that's where the lesson is. And that action of disrespect, always comes from the past. It doesn't matter. What matters is that you really begin to forgive whatever that is where you're in reaction, where you've been hurt or you've hurt others that have caused that. And as you heal that, you'll find the reaction will just start to dissolve, and you'll be able to move more into the joy of the soul that the others represented, that is inherent within you, because they represented aspect of yourself, the jovial, the joyful. So part of where I have taken situations where I've gone into reaction is to try to take it and find some way to play with it, to bring my joy forward into those situations where I've reacted before, is another way, another tool that I've used to help transform those energies within myself. So I mean, that says a lot to me with the white mansion there, saying, you know, your soul consciousness is right there, and when you really handle more of this reaction and what's all wrapped up with that inside of yourself, I think is probably one of the last lessons that you'll start to then find yourself moving more into the soul consciousness as you handle this. And I'm saying that, one, because that's to me what that experience represents, but also I'm pointing that out to hopefully let that be a support and a motivator for you, that you're that close, and that, you know, work with this reaction. Don't be the victim and blame others, but start to take responsibility for your reaction and what it is going on inside of you, rather than blaming others for creating that.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Jim and Brian. Thank you for your wonderful sharing, which was truly moving. I'd like to share a dream and ask your thoughts. I dive into the ocean from a building that's like a castle, a lone structure that is somewhat desolate. I swim out to some type of animal like a whale to train and to teach it. The ocean is beautiful and so expansive, and there is such joy. Then it's time to return, but I have a hard time swimming back. I have a difficult time breathing and stroking, and I tell myself I need to take swim lessons later. I return to this building where no one is allowed into it. I ask someone if I can come in, and he says no. I then see someone who helps me by speaking to him, and I'm allowed in. She then helps me by giving me her clothes to wear because I am wet and I have nothing to wear. Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
I'm tired. Can you repeat that?
I'm tired too.
No. So the castle represents your consciousness, where you've built a lot of walls up. And the fact that you're, in a sense, jumping out of that into the water tells me you're beginning to move beyond your comfort zone and those walls that you've built up. Now that water, again, is the ocean of life here physically, but whatever that is that you were swimming out there to train or teach, I think, as a whale of some sort, to me is representative of something you're working with, the animal nature within yourself. That as you're working with that animal nature, it is helping bring that into alignment with you and your learning, your journey spiritually. And literally even swimming back and getting tired is, to me, letting you know, one, yes, that's why we use the word work. This is work, and it can be tiring, but also trying to get back to the castle that, in a sense, was your home, was also the old home with all the walls. So, in a way, being too tired is a good thing, because you're not able to fully go back into that place from which you had been living. And then, instead, this other part happened with this other lady. To me, that's now beginning a new pattern, a pattern interrupt, a pattern change, instead of going back into the old. You know how we talk about you've got to let go of the old and now move forward with something new. To me, this is an inner experience letting you know that's what's going on in your consciousness, and you might even see outer reflections of it, but definitely in your consciousness of going into something new. And this lady giving you, to me, she represents an aspect of spirit that in giving you new clothes now is giving you new patterns, new things to try on to do your life different, to believe differently, do differently, look at things differently, and how you see yourself and how you express yourself in the world. And that's exactly what we talk about, that when we let go of our old patterns that limited us through the inner work, we now want to replace it with loving, with spirit. And so to me, that is literally a good symbolic representation of the experience you just described of the old, going and doing the work, coming back, and now letting spirit, inviting spirit in, letting spirit replace now. And that's to me what the new clothes represent. In doing all that in your journey through life, literally the water world, that you're really learning and fulfilling, and now taking on and doing different things. What
Yeah.
did you get out of that?
No, that's very good. That's very, very good.
Well, all right then. How about that? This is I like all this because a lot of these types of things, they're very symbolic, and that's why I like that during Q&A people are sharing your inner experiences like this, and we can share and talk about them so that hopefully you gain greater understanding of not only the inner journey in the strange things that happen, because it often seems very strange, but really what that represents and what that is, because all of it really is part of the soul's journey as we're moving out and through this world and back up into the realms of spirit. And that's why I really enjoy this so much and like this. And it's great to hear. I didn't understand this at all until Jim really worked with me and helped me to understand these things. And then once I did, it just kind of became inherent, an inner knowing of the symbology and how that all works. Because it's not just symbology for me. It's literally direct experience of the soul moving through different regions spiritually. And to this level, it looks symbolic, but to me, spiritually, it's direct. But we just experience it differently on different levels. And so all we're doing here is dream interpretation, basically, is helping people to understand those other levels on this level. And that doesn't even really matter. What matters is you're having the experience and your soul's moving through these things. That's what really matters in all this, not whether you understand it or not. That's why we always say, no matter what, keep doing the meditation, keep doing the inner work. That's all that really matters. No matter what you experience, no matter if you understand it or not, just keep doing.
Q&A about Sharon Stewart. God bless
And
you all.
just, I think most of you know, but a really quick one. Sharon Stewart just passed away this, I guess a week ago, Saturday now.
Yeah.
And they had the memorial yesterday for her. She was an initiate on this pathway. Many of you in the area here probably knew her, and maybe some other people from other areas. But Sharon's been here, and a wonderful friend, and just a joyful disciple for many, many years here in the Austin area. And she just passed away Saturday. She had, I forget the type of procedure, but she basically died from I don't remember what she had, but through the seizures and all. But go ahead with that. But I just wanted people to know in case people didn't get the email or read it, or wondering who she is and what this is about. So.
God bless you all. I'm interested in hearing about your experience on her transition, either in Q&A or by phone or email. Loving peace and joy.
Well, it's not for us to comment on her transition. Her transition is hers. And, that's her experience, and I don't want to take away from it by diluting it by putting the energy out there. I'll just say she made a very good transition. She's in a very wonderful place, at peace, and that's all I really want to say.
And again, for those of you who knew Sharon,
Yeah.
to me, my experience was joyful.
Yeah.
And as far as as far as I know, Sharon, she approached death this way because she even talked about, she even knew a few weeks back that next seizure might take her. So there's that inner knowing, that a soul has. And so even when there may be a little hesitation or question people may have, the soul knows. And to give you an idea, you just have to look at the persona. And if you, those of you knew who Sharon, that gives you an idea of how her transition was. I'll just say that. So it's a good one.
Yeah. No, and she was a good example that it said that a disciple on this pathway that, you will know usually within 3 days before your death comes, you'll know. And you can then prepare yourself, do whatever you need to do in the world to get it cleaned up and ready, and you can go in peace. And that was her case, very much so.
That's all the emails I've received.
Okay.
Wow.
Well, very good.
Well, now that people heard that, we'll see what comes in.
Well, we can end it early too if that's necessary.
Yeah, there's so much peace present. We all just want to close our eyes.
Yeah.
Meditate more.
We could end by meditating.
Yeah, and I was going to say, you could lead us on a meditation of peace.
Well, it's funny because when Spirit's really present with me, I'm being pulled up this way, and yet I have to keep my focus down here. I get sleepy. It's just, oh gosh, it's just like amazing. I like the feeling in a way because I can feel the pull of God calling me home. Not home permanently, but upward. I'll go home someday.
You haven't had your 3-day notice yet?
Not yet. Wonder if I'll get a 3-day
You
notice.
tried to go, but God said, no, not
Yep,
yet.
not yet. That's right. Yep. He always points the wrong direction. Nope, go back down there right now. Anyway, that's another story. So thank you all very much for all your questions and keeping it on the spiritual.
Yeah.
And not getting caught up in the world. You all are doing wonderfully with that. And what you're sharing now is very profound, very meaningful. It is really about this spiritual path. And it's a great reward to both of us because we know that you're really living the pathway now in a way that maybe you weren't before because you were focused down and out into the world and trying to resolve the world. And now you're just living the spirit and letting the world kind of move along as it's going to move along. So thank you all very, very much. And I just look forward to more and more of this kind of question and answer sessions.
And I love it. This is, I know this is a time of year, a lot of high schoolers are graduating, college graduates, all of that. And there's references, to school, and somebody even mentioned elementary school. That's why you hear me talk about the school year starts up. I often I don't want to say the spiritual pathway, refer to it like a classroom in school, because it's part of it, because we've got to walk through and learn our lessons, but by the grace of God, eventually we transcend that. That's where my joke, like when we started about maybe graduating, that when we start up the school year in the fall, that it really be more grace rather than the school. But it's all part of it. And it's just kind of a nice time of year. And often in June, people are so busy attending graduations or summer break or this or that, that sometimes we wouldn't do a June class. And we thought about it this year. Like I told you, June and July, we decided to go ahead and do class just because of COVID and not traveling. And all that, but I know it's a time of year, a lot of graduations go on and people are focused on that. And I'm just even mentioning this now because if anything, take that just like all the experiences we heard today of that's what we're doing. We're learning here, we're growing, we're in a sense graduating. At some point when we really learn the lessons and get our freedom from things, it really is a time of graduation, and that's really a celebration. And it's good to honor that part as well, just like we do in the world around graduation, because I know a lot of the times when we're really so focused on learning our lessons, clearing our karma, that's like a student trying to really learn and do their homework and, take their tests, and it could be tiring or stressful. And I understand a lot of the times we put ourselves through that. We don't have to, but it's just something about the consciousness here that kind of does that to us. The soul is not like that. The soul is joyful, playful, easy, naturally curious, just learns by experience. It's the human consciousness here that makes it work and drudgery and stressful, and I've got to get it right. I don't want to get it wrong. What are people going to think? That's our consciousness here. That's the hard part. So for that part, I say, enjoy, celebrate. When we come back in June, maybe we can come back and enjoy more of the celebration of the graduation and the lightness of spirit around all of that. Because Jim and I really mean it. I've got to say, for several classes now, just like today, we are hearing so many wonderful inner experiences and people keeping the focus on spirit, which is honoring our time like we've asked. And the difference that makes. Mm-hmm. But also in that, I hope y'all are hearing that Jim and I are really acknowledging all of you that are in earnest doing this pathway. I mean, your experiences, your questions, your sharings demonstrate that. And that is absolutely wonderful. So take that this time of year of graduation and give yourself a pat on the back,
Yeah.
Give yourself a celebration. Your work is paying off. I'm hearing so many experiences of people literally lifting above this creation or going into the soul realm or just about to. It's just amazing how many of you that is actually happening for. It's just absolutely wonderful. So just remember to celebrate a little bit or a lot. Enjoy yourself more. Find more of the joy. Sometimes it's hard to find it if you're all focused on yourself and worried. That's why go out and be of service. You're going to find some fun and joy one way or another. And I know it's harder to get out and be of service with COVID. Maybe you can do it online somewhere. I don't know. But just find a way, for your own sake to do that for yourself. So, we have another? Did we talk long enough? How many came in? Oh, one. Question is, do we go into it or move on?
No, if it's here, let's do it.
As long as it's...
This is the last one.
Okay, as long as it's spiritually focused.
Well, you guys talked about it, so.
Okay.
I'm also very sleepy all the time. Can you say just a little more about that? Am I in learning experience while trying to sleep?
Yeah, go ahead. You
Well,
just shared a little.
I would say this. You need to look at the physical and make sure that you're getting good nutrition, you're getting some good rest, you give yourself time for that. And if you're still tired, there's a couple of different things. It could be a physical thing, but it also could be spiritual, just like I said. And if it is, then you learn to live in it and live with it, because you're letting go of the world and you're moving into the non-physical world, which is very different. And the body consciousness can't go there. So oftentimes the body consciousness just becomes sleepy because you're withdrawing from the world, you're withdrawing from the body in a sense. And the body doesn't know what to do but other than go to unconscious because it can't go consciously where you're going. So you just learn to move in it and accept it and understand this is a part of it and let it be that. Yes. Uh-huh.
And let's do it. But I'll also say, one thing I've learned and always experienced after classes like today, usually my meditations the next morning, most of the time were always very good, because the energy that takes place in the classes like today, it carries over in our consciousness so that when we meditate, literally even in the next morning, that a lot of that action that took place today, our consciousness benefits from it even into tomorrow. And that's often when I would find myself, most of the time when I'd have my out-of-body experiences, for the reason Jim was just sharing now in that question, is because that peace that came in and permeated, and I was able to let go enough that when I meditated the next day, it was just easier for Spirit to go ahead and just lift me out, because there wasn't all that other stuff going on inside of me holding myself here.
Okay, we have 2 more. Hello, all. I had a dream I wanted some clarity on. I was walking through a very lush green forest with huge trees when I came across an enormous rose bush in a sunny place in the forest. It had 3 large, strong, tree-sized branches that grew upward beyond where I could see, and the flowers grew in trendles down into the lush green leaves. It had 3 types of flowers: passion flowers, lilies, and roses. I went to smell the flowers and was in awe of the size and beauty of it. Was I experiencing taking in the essence of Spirit, of God, in a form of the Trinity, the 3 branches and flower types? This was very recent. Thank you for you loving. In gratitude and loving.
Yeah, I think that's very well put. It's recognizing that God aspect inside yourself. The rose bush is a symbol of Spirit, and the fact that you saw the rose bush and it was very large and healthy, growing and getting bigger in a sense, and all covered in roses, means that you're beginning to be aware more of the soul essence of your own self, and realizing the 3 aspects of your soul self, which is that part of you which is meditation, forgiveness, and service. Those are the 3 aspects that the soul has come down here to experience and to learn from. And so that's the Trinity for the soul down here, if you will. And so that's good. That's a very good way of interpreting it and understanding it.
It's really nice.
Yeah.
It just kind of reminds me of part of the reason why people love nature so much. And just like nature here in the world brings calm and peace and healing to the physical body, that to me is a reflection of as above spiritually to the soul, that is symbolic on those higher levels, and why there's just that connection with the soul, like Jim just shared what that is on the spiritual level. And it's funny because it's just, there's that knowing that is here in the physical that in a sense we kind of play out to some degree in the physical level like we do spiritually. I mean, if you think about it, how people love sunbathing, going to the beach, being in the water, being in nature. It's like those are all the things that are literally a reflection of what the soul knows with that sun or essence of God that is just radiating the light of loving to it, as well as the spiritual regions that often can look very lush and green and like a paradise, and then the flowers that all, they literally radiate like that essence of Spirit, or a different aspect of that essence of Spirit that is there to serve the soul for its experience in that way. So it's pretty wonderful. So it's nice, especially to have the inner experiences like that.
It is.
To have that greater understanding why that is important, more so than the physical. Because I know so many people like to go out in nature to meditate. I'm going, you'd be better off going inside into nature to meditate. Nature there is like 10 times better, well, a lot more than that actually, than the physical nature. As beautiful as it is here, doesn't compare to the true essence spiritually.
That's for sure. And the last one?
Yes. Hi, Jim, Brian, and Kelsie. Thank you for everything you all do. I'm new onto the island pathway, and I'm staggered and humbled by your loving, committed generosity and patience as I listen to more and more of your classes. Yesterday's meditation is the first one I actually wrote down. I have trouble tracking them as so much seems to go on. In the beginning of the meditation, a giant egg appeared, and somehow I knew it was Cleopatra. That went on for so long, so I don't want to write it all here. Towards the end of my meditation, 2 black and white dice were dropped into the bottom of a pool, then both dice turned gold. I dived in to pick them up, and a giant pair of flippers were standing at the bottom of the pool with big male giant legs. The flippers weren't aggressive, but I could feel them passively trying to intimidate me and prevent me from picking up the dice. At that moment, I turned into a golden mermaid and swam into the big legs and up and through them. As I moved up, I split into 2, and both parts of me kept moving up and were merging in and out of each other as they ascended. I kept rising up and out of the water until the 2 halves of the mermaid became one again. At that moment, I suddenly came out of my meditation because I found myself taking in a huge inhale and exhale. Then the mermaid descended down and into me and dissolved into me.
Well, a lot about this is all about duality. You're beginning to be aware of the dual nature of yourself and the oneness of yourself. And you're beginning to witness the transformation of the duality from the black and white dice to the gold. The gold is wisdom, and the gold is about inner wisdom, the soul's wisdom, rather than of the world. And so you went down to collect that and bring it back to yourself, which is a very important factor. It's also about the story of the Pearl of Great Price. You might want to look that up, the Pearl of Great Price by St. Thomas. And it's a very, very profound story about going down into the waters of this world and collecting the Pearl of Great Price, which is the soul, that essence of ourselves that has been lost in the world, and recollecting it and taking it back upward. And so what you're doing there is just that. You're beginning to realize that now it's important for you to bring those parts of yourself together and find the wisdom within them, and then to bring them home, back upward to the soul. So that's excellent. I don't know if there's more you had to share. Or...
I mean, there's all kinds of symbolism. And I was going to even say that about the dice like that. In this world, it's like the luck of the dice and the throw. And when you start the spiritual path, that those turning gold now, it's not like the luck of the dice throw or what you could call karmic destiny, but rather now it's being transformed into a spiritual destiny of really the soul now beginning to spiritualize even the realms of polarity. In a split like that, even as a mermaid, the fish is often representative of the soul in the physical creation in water, and as it rises above water, it transforms into other creatures, whether human or birds or others. So if anything, that which the mermaid and even swimming up the legs, those are the pathways. If you could say the male polarity and the female polarity, now you're traveling those two and helping to balance and together like that. And what was the first part of that, Kelsie? Could you repeat the first, just the very first part of the experience before the mermaid part?
Yeah, about Cleopatra. In the beginning of the meditation,
the egg.
A giant egg appeared, and
Yes.
somehow I know it was Cleopatra.
So the egg is about birth or rebirth in this case. When we begin a spiritual pathway, it is a rebirth where now we are birthing into the spiritual consciousness. And that's where obviously the rest of the experience really spoke to that. But the egg especially represents that about now the new birth that you're stepping into spiritually. And as far as with Cleopatra, these things are symbolic. So if you look at, I mean, you can always go read up on Cleopatra, but it's symbolic of that journey of the soul that you're on. And ultimately, the soul is often, as it wakes up and really is restored in the soul realm, it is often looked at as like a king or a queen. We're often referred to as a prince or princess once we've begun the journey, but then as we fully merge into the soul realm and we've transcended, in a sense, we're now the ruler of this creation. When we're caught up in our karmas, the mind, emotions, imagination, body have dominion over the soul. But as we really begin the action of meditation and initiation, and the soul transcends all that, it then now, the soul has dominion over all of that. And that often is represented such as a ruler or a king or a queen, which obviously are rulers. So to me, that is showing you that this egg is your spiritual rebirth, and to Cleopatra, like a queen, a ruler over now, and that's what you're moving into as you move towards your awakening into soul consciousness. Mm-hmm. And so that's showing you both the rebirth and the destiny, like Cleopatra, of where this is leading you, but now the other part was showing you now moving through the polarities and spiritualizing like the dice and all, and it's a fantastic journey. Even the pool of water represents your own personal consciousness here. And so that's the polarity within your own consciousness here, that you're beginning to wake up and transcend and balance and all that. That's I like to call it the fun part of the journey. It gets interesting and weird or strange, like experiences we've heard today. But over time, it makes a lot of sense, especially when you start understanding the symbology of a lot of it. So thank you. I knew that was a really good part to talk about here with the egg. So I think we covered most of it now, right?
Yeah, there's another one.
Sure. I mean, look at it. It's 5:45. We said, 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock.
Sure.
It's cute. Just so you guys know, Kelsey's cat, Alma, she's getting antsy now. She's wanting everybody's attention, so you might hear her meowing here and there, and it gets entertaining once in a while, and she's getting to that entertaining place.
I had a meditation where quite quickly I was aware of a teacher to the right side of my inner vision. Usually these images are very clear, but this was not. I was aware I was being led to a classroom, but could not see it very well, and then could not remember anything else. The teacher seems to be a master that initiated me in one lifetime, but is very playful and never reveals himself to me. I try to see him at times, and he looks like a little old man with a walking stick, white long hair, and wiry. It is like we are playing a game where he delights in not revealing himself. My question is about why I would not be fully aware of the classroom, and why this treacherous why this Teacersh. Anyway, why this teacher, maybe is what she's writing, why this teacher does not reveal himself to me.
Well, one, you haven't expanded your consciousness enough to really perceive everything that's there. You're living in a limited viewpoint.
We're not laughing at the question. Kelsey's cat is going bonkers
just
and playing
freaked out.
with a toy. It's hilarious.
It's like, we're not going to play with her, so she's trying to get us to come over and play with her. That's so funny. I've never seen her do that ever.
I know. That's great.
That's wild. So, a lot of times when we're moving upward into different levels of consciousness, our consciousness really isn't expanded enough to perceive it all that clearly. So it's kind of foggy, it's hazy, it's not clear, and it takes time for the consciousness to expand and open to that, to where you become comfortable and knowing in that area. So it's just be patient and know that you're moving upward and into it, and eventually that'll all become much more clear. And the teacher will reveal itself if they want you to know who they are. That's just how it is. Otherwise, they are a teacher and they're there to help you, so let them assist you as they can. And you don't need to know the name, you don't need to know when it was or what it was about. Do right now. If there's a teacher there for you, then accept that and receive it and move on with it. And don't try to figure it all out. Sometimes the mind will get involved and block a lot of other information that can come in if you would just let the mind go trying to figure it out, so that the information from spirit could come in a different way.
Yeah, and until then, I would go with the playfulness. It's like a game of hide and seek.
Yeah.
The good news is that it makes you want to seek, and that's what we're doing here. Ask, seek, and knock. So in the seeking, seeking out the teacher, well, they're always going to lead you really to that fulfillment spiritually. And I'd say the same thing about the classroom or the teaching. It's like what Jim said, and when you really need to know, it'll come to your awareness as well, and then you'll actually see the classroom, or maybe even get the clarity of whatever the lesson is in any moment, because we have many lessons. It's just whatever one we're working on in a moment. And that's why I like to be practical with these things, just like a spiritual teacher, just like we have a teacher in the world. It's just a spiritual teacher is one who really teaches literally about this pathway directly to assist the soul in really fulfilling itself of why it's here. So that's quite wonderful. Enjoy it. Literally enjoy it. And just keep giving it more attention. The more attention you give it, the more you'll wake up and be aware. And that's really the key. So thank you for sharing. Is that it?
All right.
All right. So this time we're really complete.
So once again, thank you all very much. It was a wonderful day for us. I don't know about for you.
Yeah. And we're still ending a little bit early, so that's nice.
Yeah, so thank you all for your questions again. I'm just finding it so rewarding to me to hear people on this pathway really growing, waking up, and liberating their souls in a way that they might not have otherwise ever done in this lifetime. So thank you.
Amen.
Amen, amen.
Hallelujah.
Yeah.
All right. God bless y'all. We love you. And we will see you next month.
Yeah.
Enjoy the graduations and the beginning of summer.
That's right.
All right, you guys. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Little kitty cat.